Alrighty. We are back with more Final Fantasy XIV. And now that we are finally caught up on job quests, and we are done with the Omega raids, it's time to unlock something new. In the Return to Ivalice Alliance raids. So yeah, the plan for today is to unlock the raids, and if we get lucky, do them. Hopefully all three, because I've never actually done the third one, and I think I've only done the second one maybe twice. But yeah, do all of them, hopefully. And if we're finding ourselves having queue times in between, then I will progress the post Stormblood MSQ a bit and see how that goes whilst we're in queue. But I will probably queue in as a healer. I just haven't decided yet what healer, because I don't particularly want to do White Mage or Scholar, because they're already at 98 and I'd rather avoid them getting to 100 just yet, as I've said before. But I have been a busy boy. First things first, I got my monk up to 95. Why monk? Because I don't particularly like monk in anything, any of the content. Like, it's fine, I just don't particularly like it. I'm never gonna go out of my way to play monk, I don't think. I prefer it to Dragoon, still. I do, because I apparently just despise Dragoon with the fury of 1,000 suns. But yeah, monk is... I think when I could macro the combos, I preferred it because it was simple. But now that I can't do that anymore, its basic combo annoys me. because you do one, so you start off with, it's upgraded because of my level, you start off with Boot Shine, and then you go into Twin Snakes and Demolish to power up your next combo, which goes Boot Shine into whatever the fuck it is to Snap Fist, I think it is. But what's really weird is that the buff that you get from Twin Snakes gives you one stack of that. I mean, you can see it here. You get one stack of buff, one stack of buff, and then two stacks of a buff over on the... You can't see my mouse. Over on that thing. And it's just really awkward because you have one combo where you're like, okay, I go Boot Shine, duh, duh. Then you have one where it's duh, duh, no wait, sorry, it's you have your then you have and it just it annoys me because the combo isn't consistent, because that final buff that you get from Demolish just it puts everything else out of sync, and I kind of hate that for it. I don't know why, but that's just something that I'm not a massive fan of. I don't much like its AoEs. They feel really weak AoEs. But again, it's not my most hated class, but it's one that I would rather not play most of the time, either in PvE or PvP. I'd much rather, like, Black Mage, which I'm not a massive fan of either. Black Mage in PvP, no problem, absolutely fine. In PvE, I don't hate it, but I prefer something a bit quicker. Whereas, like, Samurai, Reaper, they're fine, they're fun, like them. Ninja, despite Ninja being one of the only classes that I got up to 90 when that was the level cap on my old character, I don't even really like Ninja that much anymore. Because I don't know how to play it right, probably, is a big part of that. But we'll gloss over. Anyway, yeah, so I've done that, but that's not the only thing that I've done. I finally finished Argos. Completed it, mate. So we have the elemental sword. I'm not sure if I showed what these actually look like. It's very boxy. I'm not a massive fan of it. It's not great. Maybe it'll look better. Maybe it'll look better once it's got the glow effect on it. I mean, this is just a fairly basic lance. So far, I think one of the things that I'm hoping is going to look the best is the monk weapon with the Pyros flame effect. I hope it looks really good. I just want a monk relic that I think actually looks good, because I kind of hate the other ones. I don't hate the way that the ninja blades look, which is actually kind of new for me, given I normally don't like the ones that have got these really awkward kind of designs. Bow. Not really looked at the bow much, to be honest. I don't hate it when it's folded. Kind of cool. And I like the arrows. The arrows look cool too. Not quite as cool as the either the Anima relic or the Crypt Lurker one, because the Crypt Lurker one actually gives you a sword in the quiver as well, which is kind of cool. I mean, the gun doesn't look as weird as the Outsider, I think it was, did, where it was two guns, like, but stuck into each other, which I thought looked weird. The Thaumaturge elemental I actually kind of like. It reminds me of the Anima relic, but with a crown on it, so I can imagine that this with the Pyros effect will look really good. Then we have tried and true Titty Staff. This time, male titty. A book. Oh wait. Oh, that's because it's already got the book's fine. The book doesn't look that great anyway. I prefer the Animus version. Yeah, it's fine. It's not great. I don't love it. I don't hate it. So yeah, but I never need to go back to Pagos unless I want to try and get Cassie's earrings. I have a Blitz ring. I'm currently trying to sell it. but I don't have any Cassie here, so I might still try and get that. Yeah, there's a Blitz ring on the market, along with some stuff that I got from the Pagos lockboxes. And then, how much is Cassie going for it? It's 26 million? But you could have lips. You could have lips on your ear. That's something that you wanted. I do kind of want them, but not enough that I'm likely to actually try and deliberately get them, and that be the only reason I go into Pagos. Because I still have... How much? I've not done any more grinding in Pyros yet, but I have jumped into a couple of support fates for BA in order to get the 30 Hydatos crystals. So we're about a quarter of the way through Hydatos crystals. But we're only 20% of the way through Pyros crystals. But I am a third of the way through with the boss item from Pyros. So I can mostly focus on just trying to get the crystals in Pyros. And then in Hydatos I've actually got 40% of all of the boss items that I'll need. So I very much so need to focus more on getting the crystals, but that's mainly going to be, I'm going to try and keep an eye out for when there's BA being around so I can jump in and snipe support things. So yeah. What do I fancy healing as? I could do Astro. I don't remember it very much. But I've also not played Sage in a long time. What's worrying about that is I've not played Sage in a long time. So I would probably fuck up healing if I did Sage. I should probably do Astro, and I can reteach myself Sage. I could also, I believe that the thing that the Wandering Minstrel has for me is the ultimate Coils of Bahamut, which is the first ultimate raid that I unlocked by doing Delta Skip Savage in order to get the mount. Which, by the way, you know one of the newest mounts that I got? This bad boy. Yeah, he's about to be available in one of the Moogle Tombstone events that starts in like 4 days. So just everyone is gonna have him. Also, a lot of the armor that is going to be available from this Moogle Tombstone event is just the armor from Shisui of the Violet Tides. Like, legitimately, it's an armor set that you can get on free trial by just running this dungeon, which seems a bit odd. Don't get me wrong, it's a decent armor set. It's the one that is basically skimpy and you're wearing very little, but I wouldn't have necessarily wanted that. I could run that unsynced and just get them, though I'm not going to be buying it. I'm probably going to get, there's a donut earring, which of course I want because I like donuts. But there's a donut earring that I'll get, and then I can get one of the Weeba mounts, which is from the extremes for Shadowbringers, which I'll get. then I'm probably going to spend most of the Moogle tombstones that I get on MGP, because I'm still at about 2.6 million MGP, and I need to get to 4 million and able to get the Blackjack mount, which is one of the only multi-person mounts that you can get without spending real money, or it being from an event like the Regalian. So, yeah, you can buy an MGP ticket, which I think gives you 50,000 or 30,000, and it's usually not that expensive. So once I've got the stuff that I want, that's just going to be what I spend everything on, which I'll probably grind by doing gates in the Gold Saucer anyway, so I'll be getting more MGP that way as well. Sweet. So yeah, that's something for me to look forward to. And the All Saints Wake, the Halloween event, is going to be some sexy demon stuff. But like sexy demon in the more sort of Chainsaw Man vibe, where it's basically just it's like a dom mask lesbian with purple horns. That's like that's probably the best way to describe it that I can think of right now. But I really want it for my bunny, because I can make her horny. And as has been shown in every game that I've ever played ever, I like making my characters horny. Read into that what you will. But yeah, so there's a couple of events coming up that I am somewhat looking forward to. Anyway, let's start unlocking alliance rates and actually playing the game. Probably be a good idea. Welcome, milady. There's a young maiden here who would speak with you. It's a cat girl. Throw it in the water. Miss, the adventurers arrived. And here she is, the liberator of both Doma and Ala Mhigo in the flesh. I'm Lena Murilla, correspondent for the Raven. You may recognize me from my expose on the secret lives of the homunculi. But enough small talk. It's not for nothing that I've been standing here since yesterday morning on the off chance she passed by. She's stalking me. No, I'm here because, actually, it's best you heard it from Alma. I am but an observer. Alma, come! I found her! I like her bow. Is this the adventurer of whom you spoke? Indeed it is. She looks how I would have expected a character from Final Fantasy IX to dress. And I say that because the ship that this Alliance raid is all like centered around reminds me of the theater ship from the start of Final Fantasy IX. Please, I beg of you, find my father. You're his only hope. It's all right, Alma. We're attracting unwanted attention. Might I suggest a change of venue? We'll await you before the Prima Vista. The theatre barge has a berth at the airship landing. Not that I can get an airship to or from here. At least not yet. But yeah, so this is all centered around the big airship that's been showing up in the sky since I finished Stormblood MSQ. As I said before, I think it better we continue this conversation in the privacy of the young lady's barge. It's not that I don't trust anyone here, it's simply that I don't trust anyone here. Gate guard Minigumo has been instructed to look out for you. In future, speak with him when you wish to gain admission to the docks. Thank you for coming. You're probably wondering why I've summoned you to an airship, and a Garlean one at that. Allow me to explain on the shuttle. This shuttle looks like something out of Mario. I can't even really explain why, but that just seems like something that I could see Bowser flying on. Well, okay, maybe not Bowser, but probably the Koopa brothers? Prima Vista serves as both stage and home to the majestic Imperial Theatre Company. You can keep that dirk in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army, nor are there any spies within the troop. At least, no known spies. Ask anyone and they'll readily attest. The majestic Imperial Theatre Company are the finest practitioners of the dramatic arts to be found anywhere on the 3 great continents, and beyond. They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, and even boast a sizable following in Gridania, hence my assignment to their story. It is a little-known fact, outside Garlemald at least, that the late Emperor was a devoted patron of the arts who supported various theatre troupes to the tune of much coin. Indeed, Solus was so enamoured of the majestic players that he ordered the construction of this very airship, and the troupe might perform in every corner of the Empire. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed. Now, all theatre troupes, domestic and foreign, must submit their works for approval by the Central Imperial Board of Censors. If a play is deemed vulgar or inflammatory, it is banned and the troupe denied their writs of transit. The worst offenders, well, they're never heard from again. This policy has effectively left playwrights with one of 2 options: compromise their creative integrity to curry favour with his radiance, or put down their quills altogether. The principal of the Majestic, however, chose a 3rd option: to express his disapproval for the new Emperor's policies obliquely in ostensible unpolitical works. Pray, forgive me for my earlier outburst. I am Alma Bas Leventure, or Lexentale? Where the fuck did I get... Leventure? Where the fuck did I get that from? Lexentale, daughter of Principal Genomis Sen Lexentale. Mayhap you've heard of my father's latest play, the Zodiac Brave story. On the surface, it is an innocent retelling of a well-known Garlean fairy tale, hardly worthy of the sensor's attention, but beneath it is something quite different. A fact the censors failed to spot when they approved the manuscript for public performance. The play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved its fantastical story, while the learned classes appreciated its true message. By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late. No longer in a position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting fault, they took aim at the company's purse strings instead. Before long, noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing to be associated with the troupe. By the end, even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the majestic of their funding, the censors robbed them of their voice. And none of this has made it any clearer to you as to why you're here. Right. Allow me, Lena. What the fuck are you doing here, Sid? I mean, it makes sense that you'd know about the troupe, given you're Garlean, but still. I've known Geonomus since we were students at the Magitech Academy. When I heard his daughter was in Kugane looking to enlist the aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give her your name. Sorry for not announcing myself sooner, old friend. Geonomus and I were from different worlds. That only served to fuel our friendship. Many were the nights we'd prattle on into the wee small hours, warm flagons of peated ale numbing our minds to the other's naive ideologies. Yet, no matter where our conversations began, it would invariably end with him telling me how he was going to change the Empire from the inside out. The troupe was to be his path into the people's hearts. Even after the Empire forced him from his home, Geonomus never gave up hope that his work might change the world. Art will ever strain against artificial bounds and borders, man-made walls and misguided wars. It is in such times of uncertainty that we must needs embrace our calling and take to the skies, so others might do the same. What I'm trying to say, rather poorly I concede, is that not all Garleans are hewn from the same stone. Just as there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire and would never think to question the authority of its leaders, there are those like Alma's father and myself whose love for their country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, try selling that sack of sunflower to our Ala Mhigan or Doman, who has watched his family consumed in the flames of a Magitech Reaper. How many Eorzean adventurers do you think would leap at the opportunity to help an imperial search for a missing father? And in Garlean territory, no less. But you're different. You've seen enough to know the line between good and evil is not defined by race, colour or creed. So what say you? Never turn my back on a damsel in distress. And look at me! I'm dressed for the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now that you understand the nature of the task, perhaps Alma could provide some insight as to where we might begin our search. Shortly before my father disappeared, he began work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Please, follow me. So is the Zodiac Braves referring to Final Fantasy XII? Because there's obviously Final Fantasy XII, the Zodiac Age. I appreciate that's a very tenuous link, but remember that this series of raids is called The Return to Ivalice, which is the continent? World? Whatever the fuck from Final Fantasy XII. Through adventure and hardship, young Delita, a boy of common blood, becomes a hero, culminating in the birth of the mythical kingdom of Ivalice. That is where the story ends. No records of anything that follows. Was Principal Genomus simply going to invent something? My father believed that he had discovered evidence of a second hero, one whose efforts went largely unnoticed, but without whom Delita would never have risen to the throne. His was the next tale he wanted to tell, the true Zodiac Brave story. A second hero? According to my father's studies, this young man was one of Delita's closest friends and confidants. That is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sister, forcing the two to part ways. Yet the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friend by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Delita, thus paving the way for the pauper's rise to regent. You must forgive me, but I've never heard anyone make such claims. How exactly did your father come by this information? That is a long story. One which begins and ends with Genomus becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as our academy days, Ivalice had Genomus firmly in its grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so, when he was finally driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he would choose this of all places as his refuge. Was it not, Alma? That's correct, Master Garland. It's long been my father's belief that the ruins of ancient Ivalice lie beyond Nangsha, buried beneath the sands of the Dalmasca Desert. Poor Dalmasca. Kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations, until the Empire came calling. When not touring, my father would organise expeditions into the Dalmasca Desert to search for proof of Ivalice's existence. Sometimes he'd bring back strange artifacts, ancient tomes, crystals. Crystals unlike any others. My father called them Aurosite and claimed they were vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal. Ah, so that's where the Aurosite that helped us kill La Habrea came from? By the 12, it's magnificent. Ivalician legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It's during his quest to gather Aurosite that young Delita rises to prominence. I must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid, but that's all it ever was, a tale. My father would often tell us how the Aurosite spoke to him. At the time, we assumed he was speaking figuratively, that the stone's beauty roused his muse. But then he began to act strangely. How so? Following our arrival here in Hingashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers, poring over his past research, and though he was alone, we could oft hear him in conversation. It was not uncommon for my father to recite the lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear this was something else. It was as if he was talking to my mother who passed several winters gone. Might this not have been out of mere loneliness, or perhaps the strain of your flight from Garlemald? Possibly, but that would not explain the voices which answered him. Alma, who are these people? I told you I did not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders. So good of you to join us, Ramza. Allow me to introduce... Enough, Master Sid. We may be shunned by the Empire, but we are still Garleans, and we still have our pride. Unlike some, it seems. We require neither the aid nor the pity of foreign rabble. Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are the foreign rabble. This land and its customs are all but unknown to us. We would be fools to conduct our search without a proven guide. Your sister is right, Ramsay. As for my good friend here, your mistrust is ill-placed. I'll personally vouch for her character. All the time I've known her, she's never once let anything as insignificant as race or creed colour her judgment. You're lucky to have her. We would have you, Master Garland. Why do you refuse us? You know why. Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Genomus to his fate. And I'm sorry. Okay, so apparently I should have done the Alliance raids first. Fuck. Whoops. You need not apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. What happened in Rabanastra may be time to admit we're out of our depth. Some of these names of places might be scratching parts of your brain if you played 12. My brother's last expedition met with tragedy in the ruins of the capital city. He barely escaped with his life. The Empire turned Rabanastra into a death trap. We were a fool to set foot there without a proper escort. I've realized that now, Master Garland, but at the time I saw an opportunity to rescue our father, and I took it. Whatever led you to believe your father was in Dalmasca's capital? My father's fascination with Ivalician legend began with a trip to the antediluvian city, long before them. Call it a premonition, but something tells me that is where he's returned. Now, you must excuse me. I need some time to think. He looks like the character from Final Fantasy Tactics. In my head, at least. Then Alma, I shall leave you and your brother in After's capable hands. If she's ever repaid my trust with interest, you do well to grant her yours. Thank you, Master Garland. We'll not forget this kindness. Master Garland seems to think highly of you. I'll withhold judgment until after Dalmasca. Dalmasca is nestled in a forgotten corner of the Empire's outmost territories. I do not foresee any troubles from the standing army. Would suggest committing to memory the locations of each of the barge's exits, just in case. As for the flight itself, the currents above Dalmasca is as wild as the land below. You may want to hold on. It kind of looks like a mashup of Final Fantasy X and 9. Because it kind of reminds me of the Gullwing, and it reminds me of the theater ship from 9. not at all creepy. We'll complete our descent to Rabanastre in the shuttle. Yes, that is the head of Bahamut that you can see in paper mache. Ramza! Thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital's simply too dangerous. Father would never forgive me if I were to lose you trying to rescue him. Come, we are wasting time. Royal City of Rabanastre. Apparently, it's the dry season. According to my father, Rabanastre was already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago. But after performing several private excavations beneath the so-called Desert Sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that it was not the first settlement to stand here. Then, your father believes Rabanastre sits atop the royal city of Lysalia, capital of Ivalice. If that's true, it would change history. He would be famous. Famous? Are you sure you don't mean rich? Your kind are all alike. Parasites grown fat on the sweat and suffering of others. Bold words for a boy of but 16 summers. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearance of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that would lead to something bigger, well then I'd be the worst reporter in the realm if I didn't pursue it. Yes, we can argue about this now, or we can return to the Prima Vista and report to our army of adventurers that it's time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter. You see, it is as I said, brother. Come to us. Should we kill them now? No, the time's not right. When has that stopped us before? Fool! Did you see that one? Slayer of gods, they call her. Warrior of light. Looking at it, I feel like Rabanastre may have influenced the what was it, the city of Etro from Final Fantasy XIII. Alright, let's see. Can we get a quick queue? 11 minutes as a healer? How about DPS? 13 minutes. Okay. in the meantime, let's go and start the post-Stormblood MSQ whilst I open my snap / dessert. I made a massive batch of fajitas yesterday. Because when I make fajitas, I make them in the oven. Because I can make a big batch of them, and then you can put them in like Ziploc bags and freeze them and shit. So yeah, I've had fajitas for dinner yesterday and today, and been loving it. But I literally probably have another 2 meals worth of fajitas as well. Who am I speaking to? Oh, Monago. That's a point of something that's going to unlock from us doing the post-Stormblood MSQs. We're going to unlock 2 new custom deliveries, which will be nice. Oh, we can learn how to box.
Come to see how we're getting on?
Voice acting.
We've made good progress since we took back Ala Mhigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address. Leadership. The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here. Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
If only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion.
Opinions are like arseholes.
For the time being, we're just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future. But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches. The reach is yours, Nago. Don't do anything I wouldn't.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Ah, there you are. I've been searching all over for you. But don't worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me? I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure?
Always.
After all, we were adventurous before we were scions, were we not? After routing the Imperials and liberating Ala Mhigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots? So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphino and go adventuring?
Oh, twist my arm, why don't you? Motherfucker. Oh no, never mind. That's from... I saw your registration is withdrawn and thought that the cutscene had somehow cancelled the Alliance raid queue, but no, it hasn't. We're fine. Right then, let's go and find Master Lover Yalur. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for our little adventure. Wait for us by the Aetheryte, and we'll be along shortly. See you there. Where is he? Greetings, After. Would seem we are to accompany Arenvold on some manner of escapade. Have you any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try and be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Ala Mhigo was still a monarchy and Theodoric sat on the throne. A uniquely brutal despot by all accounts. That he was. The King of Ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Rauga's Reach being burned to the ground. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown. And so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. Wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king. It's said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. I believe I see the direction our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty? You assume correctly. Would I also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known? Others must surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Ala Mhigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down, in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dawn till dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's Trove became simply that, a legend. But I see you've no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine, the three of us delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart to racing. And now, Box. Oh yeah, getting all these. The news of Doma and the Ala Mhigo's liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the Empire. I hear the imperial province of Dalmasca has already risen up in rebellion, which means the Garleans must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Arenvold, have we any clues to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasure hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't likely to get us anywhere, so we'll probably need to, ask around? What would be another way of saying no? Well, yeah. I see. In that case, we'll pay a visit to the Allied archivists and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. Garleans are meticulous about such things. If they uncovered the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials in Theodoric's days. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you'd be looking for people who've seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Arenvold, pray try your luck in the fringes and the peaks, while After makes the rounds in the Ala Mhigan quarter. And there I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about it then, eh? We can meet afterwards at Gilbard's Gate. I don't know why, but there are words that I am struggling with. In the palace? Nah, not me, lass. Surely you've heard stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions up on the divine audience. Anyone, and I mean anyone, suspected of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice to say, I stayed as far away from the palace as possible. You want to hear an old maid's stories, do you? Aye, well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We'd only see his royal majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he'd ordered. And after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow and wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. I was offered work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. Aye, I've served at the pleasure of King Theodoric and lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life, one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which of course we were under orders to ignore. So we'd stand still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you're hell's bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street here and ask old Arnold, who's their king's head scribe. Yes, I'm Arnold. What do you want with me? You'd have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory memories. Yet if Ala Mhigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well. I'll tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodoric's paranoia and the public executions of his kinsmen. Those were terrible enough, but in his last days, the king's fervid mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal, which only a chosen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family, a magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. Resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the palace. Even now, my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If others of Theodoric's blood were prone to share his madness, mayhap it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. So the issue here is I'm pretty sure that quite quickly we're going to unlock a dungeon. And then I'm not going to have anything to necessarily do while waiting on this fate. I'm thinking, what if I try it with Astro again? But we've already been waiting. I mean, we've already been waiting longer than the time expects. And that party didn't have any healers, so either I'm going to end up in the same party, or I'm going to end up in one that's more full, is my thinking. Is my hoping. Since we're all here, why don't we share what we've learned? Allow me to begin then. As promised, I scoured the imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures, and found precisely none. It is just possible, I suppose, that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself. I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for long. I conclude that our prize either doesn't exist or that the Imperials somehow overlooked it. But what are you after? Are your investigations any more fruitful? Turned into monsters? What could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? I met an old man in Alagiri who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison. He said naught of cursed abominations. The Imperial archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could this scribe fellow have been spinning her a yarn, do you think? Did you believe it? His fear seemed genuine. He was afraid that does lend credence to the tale. I'm not sure how that helps us in our search. Not be so hasty. Ernald's anecdote may very well have told us where the trove is hidden. But ere I share my theory, there is a matter I would clarify. Arenvold, you spoke of light-hearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? It wasn't all pretense, I swear it, but you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Garlean blood. Trust you know that what I mean when I say that my Ala Mhigan mother did not welcome my arrival. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was emerging third eye, like the kind you see in pureblood Garleans. My mother didn't care for this taunted reminder of my heritage and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. In the end, she turned me out onto the street. I was left to haunt the alleyways of Ala Mhigo, a feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. The best I can say about the years that followed is that I survived. I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and that road led me into the company of the Scions. I tell you this so that you understand. I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. Theodoric's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Thank you, Arenvold. And I apologise. It cannot have been pleasant to recall, but I felt it best to be clear in our intentions. Well, are you content to surrender the treasure to Arenvold's noble cause and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? Then I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's Trove, if you're minded to hear it. Actually, mayhap it would be better if we first adjourn to a more suitable location. In case a rival treasure hunter... Oh, okay. And that's why we queued in as a healer. Also, I don't remember Rabanasta very well, so healing makes it pretty easy because I don't have to worry about doing damage that much. I just have to make sure people don't die, and if they do die, I get them the fuck back up. And I've been playing a shit ton of Eureka, so I'm used to getting people back up. Although, fair enough, I've been doing that as Red Mage. Shark Bath! Fucking save crystal. Right, how do I Astro again? Oh, I have the Minor Arcana. I don't think I've done anything yet where I actually have the Minor Arcana. Okay. And we're starting off with Mateus the Corrupt. Someone's already dead. Right, I don't remember. What's going on here? I think we need to break these before she gets around the spiral to them. I mean, those are just giant fairies. From Eureka. I don't think I've ever seen the fairies as well. I don't remember those, but it has been probably like over a year since I've last done this fate. Yeah, I don't remember Matthias the Corrupt. I remember that it's like classic Sonic. You have to run into the bubbles in order to get air. Now, the thing about these is they do have gear that makes you look like you're from Final Fantasy XII. Including, well, I'm not going to get fucking anything with the 6. Including, they have an armor set that looks like Balthier, if I remember right. The birds. Do you reckon release the birds is the Final Fantasy equivalent of release the owls? I think that these chocobos do start doing Choco Meteor if you don't kill them quick enough. might be this one. No, it's the red one that does chuck a meteor. And there it is. That's probably gonna kill me. Yeah. I got about 5 raises then. Bunch of mimics. I really don't play Astro good. This is the one that I remember. A little bit. Anyway. Ashmal. Bringer of Order. Yeah, this is the thing that he does. And then all of a sudden, he starts acting like Yojimbo. So yeah, how much practice do you have taking on the Yojimbo fate? Or gate, rather. Will dictate how good you are at this boss fight. I think I could be doing worse. I could be doing a lot better. Because I'm not really using my cards. Oh, okay, that was just an extra heal. I definitely should be using divination. Thank you, so. Forget if he does anything else. Not that we're gonna see it. That was a wasted LD. I'm just gonna greed on everything because I might want it with land. Yeah, LB on these guys. Fuck them. I want some bacon. Giant dominance, or earthly star rather, actually comes up more often than I realized. I didn't realize that was only like a... That's a 60 second, but it feels more like a 45. Because you have to wait 10 seconds before you get the best payoff that you have. Let's try and remember to actually use cards. So that's a Garlean airship. Whee! And now I'm gonna get flashbacks. Yeah, the Garum Scythe waterway. So this is actually quite fun. Each of the alliances has its own path. And you can't get through the last part until all three parties have interacted with their controls. It's like we couldn't do our bit till I think A activated theirs. And us activating ours lets the guys opposite us get to where they needed to go. And then they activate that, which lets us all meet up again. It's a really minor thing, but it's just nice. It's nice to feel like it actually matters that we're not all together. Even though there was no combat. I don't remember this. Yeah, I don't remember this guy. He does look like something we would have fought as well. But I really don't recognize him. Remember to use your buttons. Because I keep fucking forgetting. That's what he does. Oh dear. Yeah, I really don't remember this guy. you're not even the final boss, so I really don't remember what the final was. I don't think it's another one of the Zodiacs. Oh god. I really don't remember what any of that shit was. I think, are those just traps? I can't move. That is unfortunate. Okay, I can move him. Don't run into the bad. The end of that sentence, don't run into the bad. Okay, so I think this one is just block. Die a good death. Oh, I could get his card. That'll be nice. What is the... Daddy? Who the fuck are you? Argent Battlefire.
Who dares disturb the slumber of Argath Adalphos, rightful king of Ivalice? Descendants of House Beowulf? Then by my sword shall I banish your souls to the deepest hell.
Looks like if Deoxys An iron giant. Right, yeah. So this guy's mechanic is that depending on which base plate he's wearing, you have to basically do Simon Says. If it's white, you obey him. And if it's red, you ignore him. Well, not ignore him. Disobey.
Does it grieve you to see the depths of your own weakness laid bare? Maggots!
Okay, so now we have shards. Shards of emptiness? I really don't remember this boss. He's cool.
You do not belong in my world. Second to nothing.
I like him.
I am the lies upon which you sup.
Okay, so I think this is one that we ignore.
You'll be judged. The world has no place for such wretches. Your claim to life is forfeit.
Temporary misdirection.
You are the blood dispenser.
Oh,
Revelation.
okay, we have to obey this one. To flee and not stop.
You will be judged.
Okay, ignore this. Flee and not stop. I need to stop. Oh no, apparently I got that
The
wrong.
world has no place for such wretches.
Maybe it's that I
Your
should have
claim to
ran
life is
into
forfeit.
him and not stopped. Run! Yeah, damn. Fuck him up! Oh yeah, I can probably help with the fucking him up bit of this. I am a badass
The
runner.
dog who bears his teeth before his master. Recognize the cattle. Like sheep before the wolf. Where am I? This body. It is not my own. Oh gods, what have I done? Save me! Ramza! Save me!
Oh, that's daddy. Papa! Oh. I need that. Basically just fucking breed. Wheat. Okay. Where am I? Father! Ramza, and Warrior of Light! Yes, I know of you. But you should come to my rescue. Words fail me. Poor playwright I must seem. What the fuck do you guys think you're doing? The term you're looking for is thank you. On which note I, Bagamnan, Bounty Hunter, do humbly thank you, Warrior of Light, for delivering me this fine gift. Now, hand over the aura sight, unless you wish to see the desert sands turn red. And be quick, Gijuk here doesn't have the steadiest hands. That one, she'll bring it to me. Tasty? Yes! This is it. The Duma. And to think we found it so close to Doma. The Duma of Doma. Enough, Bwagi. We'd not have our guests think us underbred. You have what you want, you thieving lizards. Now unhand him. Of course. The banker is always true to his word. I'll be keeping this, though. Whoa! Father! You've only yourselves to blame for this. If you mislike the thought, you could always blame the gods. Not that they're listening. Get up, fool. We're leaving. What did you shoot with? You're gonna be all right. We cannot see to your father's hurts here. Come on, we must get him back to the Prima Vista. So yeah, that is the head of Bahamut. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. Maybe a talon? I mean, it doesn't really look like one. There's a Leviathan model. A behemoth? No, that looks more like one of Bahamut's claws. Nothing for any of the others. Only Leviathan and Bahamut get mentioned. Geonomus remains deep in slumber. His breathing is steady and his fever has subsided. For now, all we can do is wait. I've sent word to Sid. I hope you don't mind. Seems alright. Alma. Ramza. You ever forgive me? And you, Sid. It was never my intention to put you to so much trouble. I'm never in your debt. You would have done the same for me, Geonomus. Besides, it was Arthur here who went to all the trouble. If anyone deserves your thanks, it's her. He's right. I've done naught to deserve your kindliness. Yet I am its beneficiary nonetheless. I just realised, obviously, he's hiding his third eye with his fringe. But his children don't have a third eye, so he must have wed an Eorzean or something. Or at least bed one. So, if I understand correctly, you're saying Aurasight does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon, as was assumed to be the case with Isal and the Archbishop, but rather absorbs the host's ether, its very soul, and somehow transforms it before returning it to the host's body. If that's the case, our Sharlayan allies will need to be informed immediately. But I suppose the real question here is, did you find what you came looking for? The legend would have us believe that Delita Hyral, a commoner who would be king, was the sole hero of the Zodiac Brave story. But as I have discovered, there was another. Two others, in fact. Siblings whose roles faded from subsequent retellings of the story. Brother and sister by the names of Ramza and Alma. Then, to prepare for this assignment, I pored over every published work on Ivalician legend I could lay hands on, and nowhere did I find any mention of these siblings. But I did. I uncovered irrefutable evidence that Delita had a close companion named Ramza, who aided him in his rise to power. This in turn led me to Alma. That I might never lose sight of the truth, I named my own children after these lost players. I'm sorry I never told you any of this, Sid, but you must believe me. Ivalice was never been a mere pastime of mine. It is and forever will be my calling, my purpose, my family's purpose. Go on. The world knows me as Geonomus Sen Lexentale. That is but my stage name. My true name is Arislam. Arislam Durai. Countless generations past, it was my ancestor who penned the Durai Papers, an account of Ivalice and the War of Lions. Ah, War of Lions is definitely from Final Fantasy Tactics. An account of Ivalice and the War of Lions that details what truly occurred during that turbulent era. You're tired, Father. Rest. I will continue. Long ago, an orphan by the name of Oren Durai crossed paths with both Ramza and Delita. After Delita's rise to power, Oran found himself in the service of the pauper become king. Following the War of Lions, Oran believed the people of Ivalice had a right to know the truth of Ramza's involvement, and set about documenting his deeds. When the church learned of his intent, however, they branded him a heretic, and had him burned at the stake. The Durai papers were never published. Any existing copies were gathered and sealed away in church vaults. The truth about Ivalice along with them. What was so damning it would drive the church to do such a thing? The answer to that question can be found in this book, the only surviving transcript of my ancestors' chronicle, copied from an early draft and passed down for untold generations. With this, my father and I plan to reveal the truth and restore honor to my family name. Forbidden Chronicles, a secret family legacy. Not that I doubt you, Genomus, but how do you expect to convince people of all this when well nigh every soul in the realm believes Ivalice to be nothing but a bedtime story? By proving that it is anything but. And when people see that Ivalice was real, the rest will fall into place. Or it's as simple as bringing forth the chronicle and submitting it for review. We could of course done so long ago. Alas, it is not. The Durai papers you see are written in High Ivalician, an ancient tongue long extinct. My father, his father, and his father before him laboured tirelessly to decipher this tome, but for want of other sources made only fitful progress. A word here, a phrase there. It wasn't until a recent expedition to Rabanasta turned up several well-preserved artifacts that we were able to translate a small portion of the papers. Then the diary stole by the Banga bounty hunters. I'm afraid so. Everything we have learned of the language was contained in those pages. And we're back to where we started. Not necessarily. We still have the transcript, as well as some few translated passages, and of course, my father's impeccable memory. I've come too far to allow so simple a setback to deter me from my purpose. I'll show the world the truth if it is the last thing I do. It is as Master Garland said. He is a man possessed. I fear Ivalice's grip on him will only grow tighter. Arthur was fortunate to escape Rabanasta with his life, and already he speaks of continuing his quest. Promise me you'll keep him safe. Please. Ah, some Aurosite. Okay. After what I've seen here, I'm all but convinced that Ivalice exists, at least in some form. The problem will be gathering sufficient evidence to convince the thousands of scholars and historians who base their careers on the presumption it doesn't. Not that I've ever been one shy from a challenge, especially when it means the story of the century. If you're in, then I'm in. If you're not in, well, I'm still in. Either way, you'll be hearing from me again soon. That much, I promise you. Alright, let's use this. Use the protagonist's theme. Simple, to the point. I like it. So I got some pants, which aren't terrible, but also aren't anything great. I got some gloves. Very basic. And I got some gloves. With rings! Also very basic. Okay, none of that was anything, really. Let's quickly check in on retainers, though. And now that I'm 81, do I have... I do. Oh, apparently... Oops. Apparently not all of my slots were filled. Hold on, why the fuck has it gone to a brand new ring? Instead of, like, one of these. I appreciate they're not healing, but I guess it's looking for mind above anything else. Do I need to buy? I thought I had level 80 stuff for healing. But I must have gotten rid of some of them. So what is my sage using? Okay, hold up. Let's fix this issue. Okay, so I need a 80 choker and 80 ring. That'll do. Fuck it. There we go. Why I had lost that equipment, I don't know. I swear to God, if that had been for healing, I would have been pissed. Okay, we literally got the choker, or is it 2 rings? No, it was a bracelet and a ring. Okay. If it had been a choker and a ring, that would have been funny. We send them off again. After, where in the world have you been? Didn't you receive Alma's summons? Principal Lexentale's research into the Eorzean may finally have borne fruit. We must hurry to the Prima Vista before they embark on some grand and perilous adventure without us. After, Lady Murula, thank you for answering my summons. Master Garland was kind enough to send for an Archon from Charlian, and I thought it only right that you be present to hear her findings. Ooh. To be frank, summoning Makoto was more Y'shtola's idea. I simply came along to see what light she could shed on this mystery. Who the fuck? Hello. I mean, she's cute. I am Makoto of House Jinba, a Doman, though my years in Charlian have made me a stranger here. You must be Afterbun, fabled liberator of men, slayer of false gods, warrior of light. I thought you'd be taller. I am a Viera that is as tall as a Viera can be. I tower over you. Okay, this looks like that lesbian porn meme. Let us speak of the crystal. The Oitius, one of but many Aurosite shards that aided noble Delita rise to regent. My apologies. The Oitius is no ordinary crystal, even discounting its obvious historical importance. The specimen is more than a simple manifestation of elementally aspected energies. It is rather an ethereal lodestone whose facilitation of both the absorption and transmission of distinct frequency NRR-type harmonic vibrations has been observed to promote ethereal amplification. The resulting neuroharmonic disturbances allows for a highly unique emittance of CPRS waves that, instead of radiating outward with a determinate factor of dispersal, instead resonate inward at a frequency so laboured my estimates place the rate of VRT decay at upward of several centuries, though I must admit I lack sufficient variance to complete a truly comprehensive graphical assessment. While that explanation may elicit admiring nods from your professors at the Academy, it will earn you only blank looks here. Take a deep breath and try again. This time in a language those of us without the echo might comprehend. Oh, my apologies. I merely thought... Apologies if you'll see us no nearer to an answer. A simpler explanation will. Simpler, right. Ether is not only the building block of all things material, but those immaterial as well. Thoughts, memories, feelings, one's very will are all understood to be ethereal phenomena, and can be measured as such. Unlike most crystals, which only can emit elemental energies, Aurosite is tuned not only to absorb ether, but ether specific to the immaterial. That ether is then stored and multiplied within its crystalline confines until external stimuli precipitate release. Still dumb looks. Try again. Under appropriate conditions, a strong will or desire can become imprinted upon the Aurosite and stored until fomentation, at which time the desire becomes manifest. Fomentation? What my studious young friend is trying to say is that the Oitius takes one's deepest fantasies and makes them reality. Ah, yes, that is simpler. You may choose to think of it as a process akin to that of summoning a primal. There being one marked difference. Primal summoning requires supplemental energy sources, such as a horde of elementally charged crystals. Aurosite, on the other hand, has the capacity to serve as its own source of power. We know from the Durai papers that Argath was never king of Ivalice. He was slain in battle during the War of the Lions. Yet the Argath encountered during the recent expedition carried himself as if he had been crowned regent. I believe this was merely the Aurosite in his possession making manifest, realizing his desire to rule. I'm informed that he uttered the same words over and over again for the duration of the confrontation which unfolded. If that is the case, it is possible that it was not actually Argath who uttered them, but the Aurosite itself. If the Durai papers are accurate, Argath was a weak and petty noble who believed his blood entitled him to power. The Orsite took that belief and twisted it into the abomination we, after, put to the sword. And you're saying the crystal could prove a threat? The Orsite armor? Not necessarily. Ramsar seemed to fare well enough. There's no record of the young regent being manipulated by the artifacts he gathered. In the hands of the just, the Orsite should prove harmless, even beneficial. To paraphrase, it is not the weapon that kills, but the one who wields it. Now, where have I heard that before? Ah, yes. It was Emperor Galvus's justification for taking the marvels of Magitech and applying them to the manufacture of arms. Where, after all, was the harm if it allowed him to bring order to the three great continents? You draw an intriguing parallel, Master Garland. The properties of these crystals are so singular, I do begin to wonder if they, like Magitech, are products of science and not nature. They were created by someone to... But who? What manner of purpose would even be capable of such a feat? Now that is an interesting question, the answer to which I look forward to hearing. Regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to elsewhere. Fear not, however, Makoto's insight will prove far more beneficial than anything I might accidentally contribute. A good day to you all. What I don't understand is... if the Duma was imprinted with Arguth's deepest desire, then whose desires are rattling about inside the Otius? I had the self-same question, and thus conducted a thorough inspection of the crystal upon my arrival. The results were inconclusive. Traces of ethereal activity were present, but to all intents and purposes, the vessel was empty. Empty? But what of the voices I heard? Voices? I heard nothing of the sort. The only voices you heard, Alma, were in your stubborn head. Ramsar, why don't we... Shall we speak of voices, then? What of yours, Alma, our resident voice of dissent? You've done naught but question the wisdom of our research from the moment we left Garlemald. Would you put your petty worries above our family's calling? No, I would never. You would never? Then why involve a gossip monger, a goody two-shoes, and this flying mole? Flying mole? that is a very, very good description. Please, tell me you see that. Am I interrupting? Oh, please do go on. My acceptance into your fine troop's ranks can wait until all have said their piece, Kupo. Guards, get this... Mont Blanc. The name is... Mont Blanc? Denizen of Dalmasca's desert, seeker of thrills, adventure extraordinaire, but you may call me Mont Blanc. Mont Blanc was the head of the Centurio clan in 12, wasn't he? If it was called the Centurio clan. The hunting guild. Adventurers Guild. Dalmasca has long been known as a melting pot for myriad cultures, where minor races such as the Sikh, the Banga, and the Viera might live in relative harmony with Hyur, Eorzeans, and others. Okay, so Viera are already a thing at this point. I wasn't sure about that, because you don't actually see any Viera until Shadowbringers. But no, they do exist in this star. If there's no record of a prominent Moogle population, most likely because we are neither prominent nor populous. My people are nomadic by nature, ever drawn to the elusive frontier and the freedom she promises, Kupo. A Moogle? Of course I'm a Moogle, Kupo. You think the adorable wings and fluffy pom would have given it away. Now, about my admission into the Majestic. I will allow no such thing. The Majestic is the Empire's premier theatre company. I will not sully its good name by granting refuge to a fluttering ball of fur. And furthermore, how in the world did this abomination board the Prima Vista in the first place? That's a bit mean. By means of his wings, were I to guess. As for his admission to our company, I do not seem to recall race, creed, or allegiance on my list of prerequisites. Do you? No, fine. Very well then. Mont Blanc, what is it exactly that calls you to the stage? Our stage. What else? The Zodiac Brave story, Kupo. Never before have I witnessed something so amazing, so moving. Sitting, well, technically hovering there in the audience as the story unfolded around me, I knew I was witnessing something special. Something positively transcendental, Kupo. It was then that I realised I either had to be a part of it, or go to my grave a bitter and broken Moogle. Was this realization before or after you swore you simply had to become the realm's greatest marauder, Kupo? Erde? How did you... Perhaps you'd have more success at running away if you didn't reveal your grand designs to every other fool you happened to meet, Kupo. Was it not but 20 nights ago you took up the axe, Kupo? Now here you are, professing your passion for the stage before carving even a single notch in your haft. Do you not remember, to he who churns the butter goes the sweetest bread? How is one to savour said buttered bread if his head is in the belly of a fearsome beast? You accuse me of giving up when I merely came to the realization that continuing would end in failure. Only through a change of course could I reach my final destination, Kupo. And what destination is that, Mama? Are you sure it's not Geomancer? Arithmetician? Templar? Do not bother answering, Kupo. We all know you'll be singing a different tune come cockcrow. That is where you're mistaken, Erde. I was destined to be a thespian. I can feel it in my fur. The role of Delita was made for me. Made for me, Kupo. Kupo, enough! The actors in our company trained at the Empire's finest institutes. They represent the pinnacle of the profession not only in Garlemald, but across the entire world. A vagrant bat-mole like you could never hope to share a stage with such artists, let alone play the part of a hero like Delita. You yourself admitted you were too craven to face a solitary beast. How do you imagine you'd fare against a pack of theatre critics? Any troop would need proof of valor before it could even consider. Craven? Call me a cheat and call me a cur, but do not, sir, call me a craven. I accept your challenge. Slay but one foul beast by mine own hand, and the majestic theatre company will accept me into its ranks, Kupo. Wait, I issued no such. You are all here witnesses, Kupo. When I return with the head of a terrible beast in my gore-stained hands, you'll be honour bound to welcome me, Mont Blanc the Mummer, into the fabled ranks of the majestic. Good day. Wonderful. What do we do now? What do we do? We do nothing. If that Batmore wishes to throw himself on the horns of a stampeding Zoe, I'll not stand in his way. I believe the proper term of derogation is mole bat, and I should warn you, Moogles do not take kindly to those who use it. Why must you always put yourself above others, brother? Did you learn nothing from Argoth's wretched example? Mont Blanc would never have set off this fool's errand had you not made the challenge. If anything befalls my brother, his blood will be on your hands. After, you're the only one among us capable of locating Mont Blanc and preventing disaster. On behalf of my brother, I beg your assistance. Why the fuck are Moogles suddenly involved in this? My brother can be rather simple-minded when it comes to such matters. Thinking to impress the Warrior of Light and her companions, Mont Blanc would likely choose the scene of your recent exploits to prove his worth. Meaning Rabanastre, if I'm not mistaken. Pardon my language, but that Ramsar really is an incurable little prick. Is he not? How dare he speak to his sister and the Moogle in that manner? Couldn't decide which was worse, the things he said or the way the principal sat back and let him say them. But I suppose it's none of our concern. For now, let's concentrate on the task at hand, finding that Moogle before he does something we'll all regret. What say we start nearby? Pier 2, perhaps? Hold on. Wrong way. Speak with either of them. Purdy. The Falcon Porter tells us that he set a travelling blacksmith away to Yorkshire, not a bell past. Why would that be of any interest to us, you ask? Because said peddler of iron and steel was seen to be carrying a bag stuffed to the brim with, and I quote, albino mole fur and purple bat wings. Mont Blanc! Not that we look like that, Kupo. The quickest route into Dalmasca is via the one river and its western tributaries. If Mont Blanc is bound for Rabanastre, he'll seek passage from the Glittering Basin. I mean, if that's the case, I'm better off fast travelling to the House of the Thieves. Maybe? It's either there or Yorkshire. Sorry, Namai. The whole areas. I guess I don't need to be thingy right now, so let's go Reaper. Purely because I've not played Reaper in a little bit, and I actually quite like it. Is he with the Namazu? Oh no, he's getting the shit kicked out of him by some chocobos. Okay. I was wondering, why aren't these dying more quickly? I'm only level 80. And I don't think... Oh no, I do have a level 80. Well. Mont Blanc, what were you thinking? You any idea what you put your brother through? He's been worried sick. Both Herdy and Ramsay were right all along. I am a failure. A flop. A flailing, flapping, foppish failure, Kupo. How could I play the part of a hero if I cannot even ruffle the feathers of a single measly bird? The audience would see right through me like the spineless jellyfish I am. Now wait, Mont Blanc. Not everyone can be a hero, not even most heroes. Yes, the bards sing of the man who deals the final blow, but what of his cadre of loyal companions? Do you think Delita united Ivalice on his own? Do you think Afterhere was alone when she liberated Ala Mhigo? You're never alone on the battlefield. Never alone. So you're saying you'll always be there for me? For Mont Blanc? I think she was speaking metaphorically. Let's not dwell on the details. The day is saved and Mont Blanc has escaped sand, scratch or singe to show for it. We should return to the Prima Vista before our luck runs out. Okay, so that was a hell of a side quest.
Why are you following me?
Thank you, Goblin Churao. What the fuck are the Banga doing here? Please, this ship is a place of peace. Release my sister, or you will answer to me. When the cat's away. Put that damnable thing down, Ramsay. You're not helping matters. We have no quarrel with you or yours. We only seek aid in fighting our leader, Bagamna. You seek our help? You who threatened to kill my father, who stole his work and made fools of us all. Never. Silence, Ramsay. They have armor. We will hear what they have to say. As I said, we have no quarrel with you. We only did what was necessary to secure an audience. We surrender our weapons and offer your journal as an act of good faith. That was oddly almost romantic. They are not Anakin and Princess Leia. Sorry, Luke and Princess Leia, not Anakin. Oh god, that... I somehow made that worse! This is all rather a lot to digest. Your claims do coincide with what we've learned about the Eorzean. You're saying that crystal did something to our captain? After being emptied of Argath's will, the Duma sought that of another to sate its appetite for ether. You're saying the crystal ate our captain? Not his body, no. Only his soul. Because that's somehow better? His soul? Tell me, what in your opinion was your leader's deepest desire? What was it that he longed for above all else in the world? Why waste your breath reasoning with these lizards? They show themselves to the beasts they are when they put a knife to your throat. Ramsay, you're rather racist, aren't you? First mole bats, now lizards. This one's tongue is pure poison. Boy can call us what he pleases. For our past failings, we deserve no better. Your failings? 30 summers have come and gone, yet not a night goes by that I do not wake and sweat at that memory. We were fusiliers in the Dalmascan army, stationed in the royal stronghold at Nalbana. Nalbana fortress was reputed to be impenetrable. Its fall to the 4th Legion proved a turning point in the Imperial campaign, dealing a crushing blow to Dalmascan morale and ultimately marking the beginning of the kingdom's end. Hey, Goblin, I've got to be honest. The fact that you followed 4 minutes before typing anything makes me wonder if you're an actual person or not. So if you are, hi, welcome. If you're not, we'll find out shortly. Agamemnon was our captain. Once it was clear the day would not be ours, Prince Razla, commander of the garrison at Nalbana, tasked him with one final mission. Our unit was to escort His Highness's twin princess, the Princess Shelia, away from the fortress and thence to safety. But things didn't go as planned. still remember the words she uttered as she lay dying in the captain's arms, but a stone's throw from where the Garam Scythe waterway drains into the sea. Okay, so this is an alternate universe where Ash died. Even as the fog of death descended upon her, she smiled and told us, the very people who had failed her to survive, for as long as even a single Dalmascan stood, our nation would never truly perish. To be or not to be. Ah, okay, you are a person. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, I am sick and tired of the bots that will like follow and then 10 minutes later they'll say, hey, do you want to buy some viewers? To try and get around Twitch's preventions, basically. It should not have been us who survived. Failing to protect our charge, we betrayed the princess and her memory. Brought shame upon our race. So yes, we are naught but cold-blooded lizards deserving of whatever scorn you deign to heap upon us. I think we may safely assume a deep-seated hatred towards the invader of his homeland, coupled with self-loathing born from a sense of powerlessness. The darkness that lurks in the heart of Bagamnan is a little different from that which drove Argath, the selfsame emotions that were to nourish the Duma. Stop speaking in riddles, Charlian. She's saying your brave captain will eventually turn into a monster, or rather, more of one. Garlean lies! What they say is true. If we do not find Bagamnan and the Duma soon, none of us are safe, present company included. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? Any at all? Wait, look at this. Something has been added to the final page of my journal. It appears to be a rather crude drawing of a lizard having sex with the Princess Ashalia. And the captain must have put it there. Only he had access to it until we found the pack he left behind. Is this Dalmascan? Indeed. It says Ritorana. The lighthouse. The lighthouse? Why would he write that? And in the old man's journal? There is a place on the Valnard Sea, far to the south of Rabanasta, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping maw more than a mile across, the Ritorana Cataract. Legend would have us believe that it is the entrance to the Hell of Water. Many a scholar seeking to prove otherwise has descended into the chasm, some even by airship. Not a one has returned. You're new to Final Fantasy XIV. Fair enough. I've been playing on and off since around the time that Heavensward first came out. I had long gaps in between. So I started playing, I think, just before Heavensward released. Then I stopped playing and started back up again when Shadowbringers was about to come out, or had just come out. Then I stopped playing until a couple of years ago, and then I started this character in February. Yeah. So this character we started on, I think it was the 10th of February, and streaming all of the MSQ, getting all of the relics, doing all of the raids and things like that. Whereas on when I was playing it by myself before, I was like skipping cutscenes and skipping story and all of that stuff. So, especially at this point, a lot of the stuff that we're doing, I might already know what the dungeon looks like and what the bosses are like, but I don't necessarily know the context of the story. Like, this is my first time actually reading these bits of the story. But I am addicted to this game. Given that we are in just post Stormblood. And I have every non-limited combat class at 80 or above with well, I suppose technically 4 classes, but more like 3 because of Summoner and Scholar being shared. 3 classes at 95 or above. This is the first MMO you've ever played and you're already in love. This is a very, very good MMO. This is the only MMO that has grasped me for as long. And part of that is I'm a big Final Fantasy fanboy anyway. Like, that's part of the reason why we're streaming this, is I've streamed every other Final Fantasy other than 14 and 11. So I kind of want to do 14 and 11 so that I can complete the entire main series. But also just the fact that you can play every class and switch things up as and whenever you want. The fact that there is so much content now. Like, obviously you've got all of the MSQ, you've got all of the dungeons, the trials, like doing extremes and doing those on min eye level, no echo. Like, you can have a challenge even doing old content, and people regularly do. You've got the Gold Saucer if you want to do more of the gambling side of stuff. You've got hunts if you want to just go around and do that. You've got relics for getting all those shinies. Eureka and Bosnia and whatever the new zone from Dawn Trail is called, or is going to be called if that's not been released yet. And then you've got the crafting and the gathering as well, which, I mean, that's a fairly standard part of MMOs now. But yeah, a big thing for me is the being able to switch between classes. I think if more MMOs allowed you to switch as easily as Final Fantasy XIV does, it would be more interesting. Because, like, as much as I like playing as a DPS in whatever else I'm playing, like, it'd be nice to be able to just switch it up and suddenly I'm using a different weapon without having to roll an entirely new character. Some people have already invited you to a free company and gave you 300k to buy a house. 300k would buy you a room in their free company house, if that's what you mean. But a house itself is 3 million for a small plot. But yeah, there are some really good free companies out there. I'm not part of one. At least not at the moment. But yeah, there's free companies. They're really accepting of new people as well, because the more people you have, the more stuff you can do. I also like being able to collect minions and mounts and stuff like that, and the fact that there are so many and a lot of them are quite accessible to be able to get. Like, I love some of the mounts that I've got. Anyway. Oh yeah, and of course you've got the beast tribes. Again, something fairly common in MMOs nowadays, though. I must admit to knowing little of Ridorana, save that which Lady Makoto shared with us. Before we expend valuable time and resources travelling to so remote a place, I must review my notes and see if there is any mention of the Abyss. We shall share our findings as soon as we learn aught of interest. So yeah, is this an alternate universe where the events of 12 didn't happen because Ash died? Well, Ash died, and then I suppose Bosch and doesn't get saved. Or whatever the fuck his name was. Was it Bash? Bosch? I think it was B-A-S-C-H. And so then like Van and all of that stuff doesn't happen. And so instead the Imperials win, making Dalmasca a territory of the Empire. And that has happened 30 years ago. But then the calamity happened... Wasn't that 10 years ago? The end of 1.0? So then the start of 1.0 and the start of Final Fantasy XII would only be like 20 years apart. I mean, I suppose that is a way to rationalize all of the assets that are shared. Our studies reveal that Ridorana is the name of both the massive gap in the south of Valnard Sea and the lighthouse once manned by the Royal Dalmascan Navy to prevent ships from succumbing to the cataract's currents. I stress once manned, as the tower has lain empty since its candlekeepers abandoned their posts after the fall of Rabanasca. But if Faris Sirius offers any indication of what can befall a lighthouse in the absence of its caretakers... Yes, but the real question is how all this ties in with Ivalician legend. A cursory examination of the Zodiac Brave story reveals no mention of a Ridorana. That it seemed foolish to assume that a name could not change in the century since the tale was written. So I thought to cross-reference text on modern Ilsabardian history with our translation of the Durai papers. And after an exhausting re-examination of my ancestors' notes, I discovered there was not a single entry on Ridorana. And while mention of the Valnard Sea was abundant, I found no reference whatsoever to any cataract or lighthouse within its waters. Rams's discovery prompted me to examine the mystery from a different perspective. What if there were no mystery at all? What if, at the time of Delita's rise, the chasm did not yet exist? There is more. Only a visit to the lighthouse will enable us to confirm our theories with any certainty. The Ridorano Lighthouse lies far from civilization. You'd be wise to provision for the trip here in Hingashi. An adventurer always comes prepared, of course. And this is where I start to have flashbacks of fighting Yasmat. It was Yasmat, wasn't it? The boss that had like 26 health bars. You fight outside the Ridorano Lighthouse. Was that? There was a Yasmat, and then there was like the Abyss Dragon? That was basically the same, but I think the Abyss Dragon was easier. Something's very wrong here. Mayhap it is best if we split our fellowship into two parties. One to delve into the tower's depths, and one to observe from afar. As acting expedition sub-leader, I appoint you the captain of the first. You use the spyglass to aid in your search for the missing lizard. Where are you? Its location appears to offer an adequate view. Climb up and scan the area for any sign of the gunman. Found him. Who would have known? He was ahead of us. You found him? Let me see. I'd know that stumpy tail anywhere. He needs our help. It's Razla. Princess Ocelia. No, you cannot forgive me. Nor should you. It's all my fault. I couldn't save you. Couldn't save anyone. Anyone but myself. I'm so sorry. Agamemnon, wait! Traitors! Have you no pride? You treat with the very men who laid waste to our homeland! You're mistaken, brother. There are no Imperials here. We've come to help. So he's seeing an Inquisitor. And then Garleans. Oh. I know what I see. My own kin sided with the enemy. Dare you stay my audience with the princess? The Duma. It has him, Kupo. It's showing him what he wants to see. Oh. Oh. Witch! Murderess! Oh no. Look out! He's got a gun! Interesting that it's mixing the Garleans that we know from like the 14th Legion with the Inquisitors or Imperials from 12. Gunfire. The gunman! I had to do it, boys. So, this is the end. Recite the words. Satisfy the covenant. Relinquish thy soul unto me, and be granted that which thou desirest most in all the world. Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast. Look at me, brother. Look at me! In sword etched he his fading memories. Don't you die, not yet. In stone is tempered skill. We promised we'd all go together when our time came. You can't leave us here. By sword attested, by stone revealed. That light. Where have I seen it before? Oh no. Looks like someone's been wanking a bit too much. You gotta even it out. Use both arms. Whatever you're doing, you need to leave the lighthouse right away. Right away, do you hear me? It's as we feared then. The Gamnan's soul is lost. Much as I wish it were otherwise, fear Bagamnan's beyond saving. We cannot suffer what is left of him to become a distraction. Father, it is now not the time to abandon this quest. We are meddling with forces beyond... Enough, Alma. We adults are talking. While after was searching for the lizard, I inspected an area of exposed foundation at the base of the lighthouse. And you are right, Father. The lighthouse is built squarely atop the ruins of what can only be the clockwork city of Goog. The what-work city of who? According to the Zodiac Brave story, the clockwork city of Goog was a metallic metropolis wherein airships, automata, and other technological marvels of the age were first conceived. Little is said about its location, however, save that it was far away. While the derived papers do not say a great deal more, they do mention that the land upon which the legendary city was built was severely limited, an inconvenience that forced its inhabitants to build up rather than out. Which led me to ask myself, what if the reason land was limited was because the land in question was an island? That still would not explain the omission of the cataract. It's inconceivable that the authors would neglect to mention so prominent a landmark had it existed. And then I found it. A lone passage regarding Goog's fall. While the particulars were missing, it appears the city was abandoned after an explosion left half of it in ruin. I believe this explosion may have undermined a portion of the seabed. It need only have been a small area at first. Even that could well have gone unnoticed during the Exodus. As time passed, however, the waters would have continued to wear away at the rock, slowly widening the gap until we have what lies beneath us today. This would explain why there's no mention of Ridorana prior to the present era. Come, Father, will you not tell them the rest? Of the possibility that we Garleans are descended in part from the displaced citizens of Goog. It would explain how the Empire was able to forge its armies of iron even before the discovery and application of Alcan technology. And it may also explain why the legend of Ivalice has resonated with our people for centuries, despite the fact that the Lost Kingdom was, as far as we can tell, in quite a different corner of the world. An interesting, if somewhat ambitious theory, but to return to your original claim, is your belief that the Ridorana Lighthouse stands atop what is left of... That necklace. Where'd you get it, girl? It was my mother's. Your mother's? It was my late wife's most cherished possession. Why do you ask? Gamnan had a talisman he would wear beneath his gherkin. He refused to take it off, even when bathing. He said it was special. I only saw it a few times, but it looked exactly like the one your daughter wears. And? What are you implying, Lizard? That my sister stole it? Or my late mother? Neither. Spoke of their similarity, that's all. Can you believe the nerve of this boy? Enough, Ramza. Our guests are merely concerned for the well-being of their kin. But what of our kin? What of them, Ramza? Do you imagine our kin to be better than theirs in some way? Or anyone else's, for that matter? I apologize, Father. have but one purpose. That is to prove the existence of Ivalice and clear our family's name. Not allow anger or hate to lead you from that path. Now, we have a lost city to explore. Oh, I can just enter. Cool. Let's give it a go. I'll be another shit Astro. 11 minutes. Cool. Aaronvold, sorry for disappearing in our last conversation. Actually, in case a rival treasure hunt overhits our plans, you mean? Good thinking. That's not exactly the reason. It is certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene on the southern edge of Loch Selg. Yeah, I am very quickly gonna unlock the next dungeon in the MSQ, which is going to then mean that either I have to do the Alliance raid or the dungeon and not necessarily have anything to do in between them. Whoops. Forgive me. It was not my intention to draw out proceedings. I simply wish to have the lock in sight while I explain things. Prior to the great flood of the 6th Umbral Calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines. And this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Scala, which rose and fell during the 5th Astral Era. From what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, having been all but destroyed by war. Yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Selg. It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace, mentioned by Theodoric's former scribe, was not a reference to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Scala. I further surmise the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there not simply out of a desire to punish him, but to discourage exploration. Theodoric wanted to keep the ruins secure. Wait, you're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's trove? Precisely. And since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume any entrance into the old city will have been magically concealed. Which would explain how a legion of imperial soldiers and God knows how many Ala Mhigans never found a trace of the trove. We, however, have certain advantages they did not enjoy. After, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the loch and search for an underwater route into the ruins? While you do that, Aaronvold and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace. I'm going down. I do wish they had done more with down here. Like, it's a massive area underwater, and I feel like they could have, even if it was just having more gathering locations, they could have done that. You come to a worn stone door standing temptingly ajar. It would appear you found the entrance into the subterranean ruins. After, it's Alphino. We have searched the prison beneath the palace and found a teleportation portal concealed by enchantments. The markings indicate it leads to an underground cavern. What news on your end? You believe it leads into the ruins? Then I dare say we'll be able to meet within. Go on and head through the door. By the way, I took the liberty of calling on a friend for help. I guarantee she's both dependable and discreet. We'll see you soon. Cool, well now I've also got that to do. Please, please, please pop. Please pop the queue for Ridorana. Please? I know there's still 5 minutes left on the average wait time, but I was hoping it would pop quicker because streamer privilege. Like I'm popular enough to have streamer privilege. Okay, what could I do? I mean, I'd need to do one more thing from these in order to do anything. I really do wish that the Wondrous Tales operated a bit differently, and that it was out of all of the duties that you had unlocked, it selected randomly out of them. So like this top level wouldn't change, except maybe, nah, to be fair, it wouldn't need to change. Like, it'd be nice to see it go up to whatever the highest expansion you're in is. But then, like, have it be the, okay, what are the alliance raids that you've unlocked? Let's select 2 random ones out of all the ones that you've unlocked. Let's select 2 random raids, or 4 random raids from everything that you've unlocked. And then a bunch of extremes from what you've unlocked. And so then you could have that variety but it builds as you keep going through the game. Whereas the way that they have done it is, as soon as I hit the level cap, this changes and becomes harder. Doesn't matter what expansion I'm in, doesn't matter what content I've actually unlocked, if I get one of my classes up to 100, this changes. I also think that you should be able to get gold, the 3 lines, as soon as you get access to Wondrous Tales. I don't think you should have this bullshit where you get 3 silver instead. Just because the 3 lines is already so rare that imagine you get it before you reach the level cap, so you don't get the gold, because that's what happened to me on my old character, and it hurt. I mean, don't get me wrong, the million MGP was kind of nice, but there's other ways to get MGP. There aren't other ways, as far as I'm aware, to get this stuff from gold Wondrous Tales. There's no chance of me getting 3 lines with this layout, but there is a reasonable chance of getting 2 lines. Not that I think I even have anything left with silver that I'd want. Although I think with silver you can get the level below best in slot, right? At least from sellable equipment, best in slot. Which I think at the minute is the New Kingdom stuff. I don't know. It had popped, then someone withdrew. And now it doesn't want to pop again. Hurry up! Fuck yeah! The issue with Alliance raids is you can only queue into the raids that you have unlocked. So as you get further and further into the game, the less likely it is for that Alliance raid to come up in, like, your Alliance raid roulette. Because there are less people that have unlocked it. Everyone, in order to get into Heavensward now, has to have unlocked and completed the Crystal Tower raids. But then there's nothing that says you have to do the ones in Heavensward. There's nothing that says that you have to do these ones. So some people will just ignore it. Because there are also some people that will ignore old content in order to try and get the more recent content quicker. So rather than doing what I've done, where I've like done all of the content in an expansion before moving on to the next one, they would focus the MSQ, skip everything else until they get to, in this case, Dawn Trail, and then in Dawn Trail they do all of the extra stuff, and then later on they might come back and do all of the old stuff. With the amount of times that this game refers back to itself, that seems like a waste from a story perspective. Fucking pop! There really isn't much of anything I can do right now, in fact, actually. So I'm gonna have to wait. Actually, there is something I can do. Oh, great! Carbon fiber! And dabby-doo-dastic. Now that, I think I already have one of those. I do. Fuck. Okay, well that one can go to the Grand Company. Otherwise, a good piece of equipment. Just unfortunately, it's the same one I already have. What is this used in? Level 60 shit. Yeah, get rid of it. Open that up. Just so I've got things. Okay, so the thing that we can do is buy the turn-ins if they are being sold on Phantom, which it doesn't look like they are. That one is, and that's not a terrible price. It's not great, but it's not. Don't I already have some? I thought I did. I might have sold them. Oh well. So if I want those, I'm probably going to need to travel to a different world, which I can do. Could also actually craft them. Why would I do that when I can just throw money at the problem? Can I visit another world whilst no. Okay. That is fine. These are previous expansion things. For the most part, so not a lot of people bother to sell them. I've made quite a lot of money. Yeah, I don't need that many. Those, if that was a stack of 3, I'd buy it. I don't need 30. I made quite a lot of money so far off of Eureka, and I still have 1 million basically just sat waiting in my inventory for when I want to sell it. Like that's how many platinum pieces I've gotten from Eureka. And not even like all of the platinum pieces that I've gotten just since I stopped being bothered to sell them. And when I get back into Hyros and Datos, which will be very soon because I've now finished Argos, I will probably start getting more money, because if I get any of the bot drops, I mean that's potentially a couple of million in Pyros on the market board. I've got the Blitz ring, which is currently up for sale, which if that sells, that's about 7 million. So I'm not necessarily doing amazing. For money, but I'm also really not doing bad. Please let this work. Yes! So yeah, I think this is probably the third ever time that I've done Ridorana Lighthouse. And the only thing I remember from it is the map robot. Which will all become clear eventually. Of course, the two Pictomancers in our party both are using the comic strip portrait. Famfrit the Darkening Light. He basically just spin the bottle. Is that his thing? I think so. Yeah, he is. He's spin the bottle. Pod? Oh god. Who let this guy on TikTok? Okay, try and remember to actually believe in the hearts of the gods. You know what? I think I do actually remember this guy's fight. And just remembering how annoying his fight. Oh, Jesus Christ. How annoying his fight is because he spawns all this shit. I think it's a stat. Both the healers and Synthia. Not a great point to res, huh? Come on. Come on. I'm nervous. I have no mana. No MP. But I have card! I don't know who's what. In fact, no, I do. Use the little thing now. Yes, yeah. Yes, yeah. Oh boy. Still not as much of a learning curve as Death Days. Bringing down unscathed. Like, honestly, I feel like Dunscathed having Hollow Death Days as the first boss is so fucking punishing. Just mechanically, that boss. It just kills so many people every single time. The monocle. I could be a Kenneth. The Alliance chat, there's someone that hasn't played Dragoon. Since the rework for Dawn Trail. And so then I just went, haha, laughs in Astro. Someone else laughed in Monk. And so then we just went, remember when Summoner had multiple DOTs? Which is, that's always the argument that everyone brings up. And to be fair, I do remember when Summoner had multiple damage over time abilities. And you basically were just managing dots. And I kind of liked it. Like, I remember really enjoying Summoner because of that. I don't remember what you do. I don't remember what you do. Okay. That's actually not that bad. Oh. That's easy. One, two. Oh, I see. Hello. Big boy. That's good. I suppose let's give the Viper some damage up. Now I'm just making everyone nostalgic over having stone skin cross skills. I've been playing good too long. Sweet! I got boom! No one stood on that. No one stood. Okay. I guess that isn't just like the usual. I don't really know what you're supposed to do. Baby, no. I'll stay. It is not your time. Well, okay, it was his time to die. I'm actually not doing terrible. Given that I barely know how to play Arsenal anymore. Oh, I see. They can point them. Oh no. Oh dear God, that's a lot of dead bodies. Oh. I think I'm in the right. Could have been worse. There's no point rezzing people after the boss fight, because if they just respawn and use the teleporter, they respawn without the debuff. So it's actually better to just respawn back at base and then fast travel. That's a lot of golems. This area, honestly, is kind of reminding me of Ni no Kuni right now. I think it's from Ni no Kuni 1 that they had the Clockwork City. But it might have been 2. Ew. But not actually. Much of it is rad. There's just so much. There's more! I don't know why, but I want to say, "Who's the best bit?" Fuck knows. Is this math boss? I think this is math boss. It is. Okay. This one I remember a little bit. In that it's gonna pull some bullshit. And I'm gonna have to do maths on stream. But, you know, that always goes well. Despite the fact that I literally deal with numbers most, if not every day. Oh my god. His drill shall be the drill to pierce the heavens! Those aren't the heavens. I don't know where the guy I'm trying to res is. Oh, he's over there. I'll be a nice guy and get this items. Anomalous intelligence levels. Hey, I went outside today. How you doing? Basic computation. Initiating lesson. Okay, so subtract. I have 5 health. Multiple of 5. Oh, I already have 5. You have a question. What is it? Calibrate vitals multiple of 3. Multiple of 3 would be 5 plus 1. Okay. Inaccuracy a little bit funny. Does Eureka have an astro relic? Yes. Yes, it does. Eureka has relics for all of the classes up to and including Stormblood. So it doesn't have Gunbreaker, Dancer, Sage, or Reaver. And then obviously it doesn't have Viper and Tickler. So if the class didn't exist at the time the content was created, it won't have a relic. So the only Viper relic that you can get is the Dawn Trail relic, which I don't even know if that's been started yet. Whereas, like Bard, you can get a relic in each expansion because that's a base around the world class. Personally, I quite like the Anima, the Heavensward relic for Asteroid, which is what I'm doing. Oh god. No! Fellow White Mage! What are you doing? Okay. The White Mage decided he just really wanted to die. Apparently. You've never completed a relic. The Realm Reborn ones are painful. The Heavensward ones are mainly just a poetic dump. Eureka, I actually quite enjoy. And I've not done any boss here yet, but I know that it's like Eureka, but better. Generally. Okay, so I have 7. 7 to a prime. 7 is already a prime. Don't need to do anything. Seven to a multiple of 3 would be plus 2 to 9. Look at me! I'm doing math! I think the thing that fucks people up here is not everyone has the same number. So you can't, like, just follow what everyone else is doing. have to calculate your number. Oh god. Oh god. Oh dear. No, it's all going wrong. Oh, both the healers are down. Okay. That's okay, all the other healers are on. Oh, there's only one. Oh, there's one healer for the entire... Oh no. Yes, okay. Did healer LB3? No. I will heal LB3. Everybody, rise! One of the very few occasions where it's actually appropriate for a healer to help. And... this poor white mage! I just watched him eat shit! Oh, that's funny. Am I going to be on much longer? Probably for another hour or so. Maybe a little bit longer. I'm hoping to do the Auburn Monastery and finish off the Alliance raid tier for Stormblood before finishing. There he is. Just one strong arm. You can tell he's a righty.
Have I waited for this moment, Garlean swine? Come! The blood of my fallen brothers feeds the Empire is a cancer! And I am the barber's blade!
Oh, really?
I'll tell you, limb from limb! Escape
And I'm having flashbacks. Although he doesn't look like Yasmin. Really. It's mainly just those circles. Very familiar.
Agony and sorrow!
Do I want some company? If you want to join me for the Auburn Monastery, you're more than welcome to.
Your suffering is
Get inside this inbox inside this inbox. Yeah, better never get out. That's usually the way they do it.
I will not have mercy! Escape this!
I assume I want levitation. I did not want levitation. I do not remember this boss fight, apparently, other than the visual. I think it was supposed to be an opposites result. Oh, starting turn mechanics. Okay, I haven't seen those yet. I thought those would be added.
Your suffering is not yet over.
He's not even 10% down.
Escape this!
You can have a break from Stargate to watch a giant dragon skeleton. Yeah, Thrill. Do you remember when we were playing Final Fantasy XII and there was that big dragon that had like 26 health bars that I had to kill?
Your suffering is not yet over.
Holy! Yeah, well, this is the Final Fantasy XIV version of Eorzean, the big dragon that had 26 different health bars and took hours. Okay, that must be C. Oh. I got struck by turbulence. We must reach the heart of the dragon. Quickly, pierce it. Pierce it with your sword. Yeah.
This is far from finished, Guardians!
Okay, he's on a third of his health. He's got some good voice. Leave me alone! Don't touch me, I'm sterile! Well,
Your suffering is not yet over.
you think that I am really bad at this game. Doing this is just highlighting the fact I really don't know how to play. That's good. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh no. This is bad.
Feel the wrath of my brother! My wounds! Give me strength!
Shit. I meant you, not me.
Your suffering is
Come on,
not yet
1%.
over.
Most of the healers are dead.
You may have escaped me in this life, but I shall be waiting in the next.
X outside. I think that is the third time I have ever done Ridorana. I am, if anything, I am probably more familiar with Ridorana in 12 than I am in 14. And gets the calm there. Yep, I want. Ooh, might actually have a chance. Ooh, 94? We probably got that card. We didn't get the healer though. I probably won't get Construct 8, which sucks. But I should get the card, which would be nice. And I'll probably get the Flash of Steel. And probably the Ivalice Archer books. The thing that I hate about Alliance raids, though, is that there are always people that deliberately don't roll. Because they're trying to get as many people to leave as possible. So that they can have a higher chance of getting the gear. But people know that that's what's happening. So you just end up with people that are just sat at the end of an Alliance raid for 5 minutes waiting for gear to be rolled. That's people in the chat going, please fucking roll. Ugh. Not a fan of those. What do the little booties look like? They look like little booties. Those are actually kind of cute, but those are for healer. If those were for caster, I might have more glam options. I don't hate these gloves. Those are for Lancer. I do kind of hate those though. Yeah, man. It is always there's one person. It's not that we can't finish, it's that if I leave now, this gear, I have no chance of getting it. But it's waiting for another person in the entire, group of 24 to roll. But they are deliberately not rolling until the last second because they want to try and make as many people as possible leave before they roll. Because the less people are in the instance, the higher chance they have of getting it. It doesn't actually matter, because if they still roll low, they won't get it if there's one other person that has rolled higher than them. No, I didn't get the minion. I didn't roll very well on the minion. I did get the card, which isn't that great, because there's 3 of them every time, but I do want the minion, but worst case scenario, I can put this up on Party Finder. Mother's necklace. What is it doing here? Unless... they were telling the truth! Oh, fuck! I'm suddenly all sleepy. Alma, are you there? I'm here, Ramza. Extraordinary. The stones are different, but the craftsmanship is identical. However did it come to be in Bagamnan's possession? Though they are indeed of a different shape, the stones appear to be cut from the same crystal. Oh, they are. Orsite. Orsite? What makes you say that? Can't you feel it? You can feel it, can't you, Hurdy? You recall me telling you that Bagamnan considered the necklace special. It was special because it was entrusted to him by Prince Razla, who was to return it to Princess Ashelia upon delivering her highness from Nalbina Fortress. Family keepsake. Of course. And each necklace, each Orsite, has acted as a lodestone, drawing both of our parties closer and closer to Ivalice. Indeed, Father. The Orsite guides us. Ramza, are you recovered? Thank you, sister. I'm well now. From what we know of the Duma and the Otius, vestiges of one's will may endure in an Orsite. Could it be, then, that the desire of the former owner, or creator, of these necklaces was simply to return to Ivalice? But who could that have been? I don't fucking know. Ramza Beowulf. He wanted people to return to his homeland and uncover the truth behind the kingdom's founding. But then why show us Lassalia and Gaug, you ask? Goog. Simple. We are being tested. The Orsite is measuring our worth, seeing if we are deserving of that truth. You say these things as if you knew them, but how could you? Nothing we've uncovered suggests anything of the kind. You see, it's this thing called exposition. Someone has to provide it, and I am the literary tool that's providing it. Sorry, that was a fugue state. I know you have your doubts, but I can assure you they are misplaced. For now, I must ask that you trust me, Lady Murilla. Lady Murilla? Since when did you... That's not my brother. Ramza, are you feeling quite alright? Of course I am, sister dearest. Never felt better. Something don't smell right here. I sense a disturbance in the fold. Sense a disturbance in the ether. Father, these necklaces are gifts. The gifts from the old gods who once watched over the Evalicians. It is proof we have their blessing. With the necklaces and the Otius, we can finally prove... Will you marry me? Sorry. Thank you. I know not what came over me. It was the gods. The gods just came all over him. Yeah, let's see. Ramza, you must rest. Leave me be, Alma. Did I not tell you I'll be fine? Another adventure under our belt, say after? And let's put pen to page before the details fade. Lysalia, and now Goog. I would think our discovery is more than sufficient to prove the Lexentale's claims, at least with regards to Ivalice's existence. Something tells me that until Genomus has proof that his ancestors were not the heretics the Church painted them to be, will not rest. And then there's the curious case of Ramza. Alma's throat one moment, all sister dearest the next. It's like a different person when he came to. I seem to be alone in wondering exactly what happened to him back at the lighthouse. If you ask this lady, he must have taken quite some bump to the head when he fell. Then again, it didn't take him long to turn back into his spiteful little self, so all's well that ends well. You may have to deal with me doing the dialogue before we get to the Orbon Monastery, just as a heads up. Greetings and salutations! I suppose you're wondering whether or not the good Genomus has finally determined where in the world our next adventure is to take us. The good news is, he has. The bad news... Now, while it's not in my nature to be sensationalist, sensationalism is in my job description, so please bear with me when I tell you not all's right aboard the airship Lexentale. Something about Alma has me deeply worried. I'd not trust this information in the hands of my publisher, let alone some sullen gate guard. Shall we continue our conversation on the Prima Vista, away from inquisitive ears? I would try Orbon Monastery as Sage, just for the sake of not playing as Astro again. But I've not played Sage in a long time, and I've never done Orbon Monastery, so I have absolutely no idea what I'm getting myself in. The question is then, where exactly did Ramza and his fellowship journey next? Astro is OP, in your opinion. I like Astro, but I'm not very good at it because I keep forgetting about the cards. Even in the old, previous to Dawn Trail Astro, I'd always forget about the cards. I think I like Scholar best. I was a White Mage main on my old character. But now White Mage is kind of boring because I've challenged myself to level every class on this character. And so playing every class up to 80, I've played all of the healers a reasonable amount. And all of the other healers are basically a bit more interesting than White Mage. White Mage basically has like 4 buttons, even at high level. and 2 of those buttons are arrow and stone, or glare and deer. And then maybe you throw in a holy. Maybe. you have regen, but otherwise it's Cure 2 and Afflatus Solace. And that's about it. After. To what do we owe this unexpected visit? Not planned on summoning you for another several turns of the sun. You fucking what, mate? I apologize if we've caused you any worry. I suppose one cannot allow a reporter in their midst and not expect her to report what she sees. I did expect a tad more discretion from Miss Murula. Alma has, as of late, been experiencing difficulties with her health. Perugians have been called upon to discern what exactly it is that ails her. As far as they can tell, there's nothing physically wrong with my sister. The consensus is that the rigors of an extended stay in a foreign land have taken their toll on her fragile heart. Bitch, you supposed to be sleeping! After? When did you... I fell over. Alma! Fine, brother. It is obvious you are not. You must return to your chambers and rest. Oh, the headaches. The voices. Oh! Forgive me. Perhaps we shall speak again once I regain my strength. Until then, please, look after my father. Now then, where were we? Ah, yes, the matter of our next expedition. As we discovered during our most recent foray into the Ester Sands, the Dalmascan capital of Rabanastra appears to lie upon the ruins of what can only be the royal city of Lysalia, ancient capital of the lost kingdom of Ivalice. Shortly after, we stumbled across remnants of the legendary clockwork city of Gaug, clearly repurposed into a lighthouse overlooking the Ridorana Cataract, remnants which now sit suspended above the fathomless chasm. Lysalia, Gaug, what have they in common, you ask? I shall tell you. They both appear in my ancestors' account of the rise of Ivalice, the Darai papers. And with each new discovery, this forbidden chronicle is now proving Ivalician legend to be more fact than fairy tale. There's no denying the proof. It's but a matter of time before scholars and historians from across the realm come to the same conclusions. As you are all aware, my aim has never been to simply prove the existence of Ivalice. No, I shall not rest till I have revealed the truth of young Rams's role in King Delita's ascension, and cleared my ancestor Orang Garai of the false accusations made against him by the Church. What are we waiting for? I have a possible destination in mind. Arriving there safely, however, is another matter. To that end, I've enlisted the aid of our company's newest members. Banga? Despite my pleas to do otherwise, who knows what trouble those two will see us into. Either Banga or have joined them, or it's the two moons. And the fact that they said two means it's Mont Blanc and Herdy. Well, I must admit, both Mont Blanc and his brother have proven more useful than I would have ever dared to imagine. When it comes to usefulness, I'm first in the field. Or was it fairest in the field? Would you like to feel my fur? Goodbye. And you wonder why Ramsar despises you so, brother. They do all the work, and all you do is jest, Kupo. Ah, but you are mistaken, Herdy. Bear neither you nor your brother any ill will. Any further ill will, that is. If anything, I owe you my thanks for your recent contributions. Hella sus. His thanks. Are you hearing what I'm hearing? What happened to the venom-spitting adder we all used to know and hate? Koma certainly seems pleased with the change, but forgive me for not buying into this all-too-convenient transformation. Simply showing the world that Ivalice actually existed will not validate the claims chronicled in the Durai papers. That is correct, Father. The key lies with Ramsar Beluv. We can find evidence of his hidden role in history, it will prove Aran's testimony true, and safeguard our family name from ridicule. Which is why I turned the focus of my research to Delita's forgotten companion and his actions during the War of the Lions. It was only then I discovered something most intriguing, an underlying struggle with an unknown force with the power to bring about calamitous ruin. Oversight, the twisted abominations we encountered in both Lassalia and Garg. The Lusavi, they are born of these unholy crystals. While nobles of the north and south squabbled over Ivalice's crown, Ramsar silently sought to rid the world of a darker evil. Evil manifest from the deepest desires of men and women whose minds had fallen prey to the Oversight. And with each confrontation did Ramsar's fellowship grow smaller. Countless companions lost to a cause that would go unwritten. It was far more important than any clash of armies. And so did they endure, until reaching their final destination, the Orbon Monastery. Oh, I know this one. The Orbon Monastery is where Princess Avelia was raised. There's a scene about it in the Zodiac Brave story. After Delita emerged victorious in his final campaign, he married the princess to legitimize his claim to the throne of Ivalice. Ah, see, someone has been paying attention. I don't understand. Why would Ramsar's crusade against the Lusavi take him back there? According to the Durai papers, the sinister being who engendered the Oversight was said to have slumbered beneath the monastery. But who or what would have the means to create something so powerful? Ultima, the High Seraph. A Seraph? What's a Seraph? Seraphs are believed by some to be servants of the gods, divine beings whose only purpose is to carry out the will of their immortal masters. As to whether or not Ultima can claim this title, however, I can't say. Just as there were those who chose to worship Ultima and her otherworldly might, there were equally as many who feared the Visitor and her deadly magics, oft referring to her as the Angel of Blood for the carnage left in her wake. Interesting. What if the spell Arthur claims to have experienced in the Praetorium, coincidentally also called Ultima, was in fact an elegant interpretation of the very magics introduced to Heidling by the High Seraph? That would mean... what would that mean? I've spoken with several colleagues back in Sharlayan regarding their opinions on the ancient incantation, and while they yet have little to show for their research, they all agree on one thing. The manner in which Ultima etherically manifests should not be possible, at least not on Heidling. So it would naturally make sense if we discover that the Allagans learned the spell from a being not of this dimensional plane. As to exactly how they convinced the being to impart that knowledge unto them. Not on this plane. What manner of creature are we talking about here? Hey, Sid? Likely one similar to Omega. How long have you been listening from the shadows, my friend? Long enough. Long enough. I'm here to deliver the item Makoto requested. Sid! There's no need for you to deliver it personally. Moogle would have sufficed. A Moogle? Trust that you won't tear open the package and show it to some random adventurer? No, this was far too important. If you two don't mind, the principal was about to tell us how to find the Orbon Monastery. Would that I could. You don't know? Then what have we been doing here? Please, Lady Murula. The Darai papers speak of a cataract situated on the river Zerkel, several leagues southeast of Rabanastre. There supposedly lies the monastery. Zerkel is not a name you'll find on any modern Dalmascan map. Rivers, however, especially ones as large as the Zerkel is established to be, are rare in a nation more than half claimed by the sand. The river we seek can only be that which bisects Gulmore on the Nangshan border. And for that invaluable information, we owe thanks to our brothers Moogle. Their travels have made them veritable authorities on Dalmascan geography. Wait, but earlier you claimed you didn't know the monastery's whereabouts. I'm confused. Its location is not what concerns me, but perhaps the Moogles themselves should explain. Why, certainly. That verdant valley of vines and vipers to where we must voyage next is home to the Viera, and therein lies our little problem. One thing the Viera do not suffer is trespassers. Not even lovable Moogles, Kupo. Ah, good. More racism. Our glamours kept us hidden long enough to see the jungle was teeming with ruins, much like we've discovered in Lassalia and Gaug. But the Viera trackers eventually found us and took us before their elders. We barely escaped with our palms, Kupo. So that's why we're all still here talking instead of bound for the border. There are Viera who have spurned the strict code of their tribes, abandoning their people to come and live in the cities of Dalmasca. Finding and recruiting one to our cause might provide us with insight into how to reach the Orbon Monastery ruins. Unfortunately, the nation's current turmoil has not made it easy to accomplish this task. We still require more time. You've got a Viera right here. Right here, look. Look. Look at the ears. Look at the ears! Before boarding the shuttle here, I was stopped by a banger in the docks. He asked me if I knew an afterbun and bid I deliver her a message. I told him he was welcome to accompany me to the Prima Vista so that he might deliver that message himself, but the man refused. Makoto, I saw this device crafted to your exact specifications. Can't guarantee that it will function as intended, seeing as I had an area subject to test it on. Of course, Master Sid. If any trouble is met, then most likely it is my design that is to blame. I need to refill this fridge. Your confidence in my craftsmanship is flattering. You sell yourself too short, my dear. Here's to your success. Good day. So what the fuck did he give you? Was it a different version of Moonbreeder's sex toy? I mean, sex toy? Sense that you are interested in the package Sid delivered. I have every intention to apprise you of its contents, but first I believe we should speak of Alma's condition. Do you not find her illness all too timely? Geonomus and Ramza would like to believe that her bouts of vertigo are naught but a result of a mind fatigued. The answer is clear. It is the auracite that plagues her. Alma recently confided in me that she would hear her father speaking with the Otius. Well before even his first foray into Rabanastre. However, I do not think this entirely true. Which is not to imply that Alma is trying to deceive us. Rather, I think she saw something that led her to believe her father was conversing with the auracite. Moreover, I suspect it was the auracite itself that granted her this vision. You recall my hypothesis on distinct frequency NRR type harmonic vibrations and their tendency to promote ethereal amplification? Or when I mentioned that despite being in the principal's possession for an extended period, the Otius exhibited none of the imprinting present in the Duma? No? The Otius has never resonated with Geonomus. It has always been his wife's pendant and its auracite shard, the Virgo, that fueled his passion for Ivalice. No, the Otius is bound to Alma's deepest desire, whatever those may be. The only reason I can fathom that Alma has not fallen victim to the auracite's grasp is that her desires are not as strong as those who have witnessed in Argath or Bagamna. That and the ethereal interference caused by other nearby shards. I've explained all of this to Alma and recommended that she destroy the necklace, yet not only did she refuse, but she begged me to keep this revelation from her father. You got Silent Hill 2 today and you're getting Dragon Ball Sparkling tomorrow, Thrill. Nice. At some point I should play the Silent Hill series on stream. I think I've played Silent Hill 2 before. Not on stream, but just in general. I've definitely watched people play Silent Hill. I think I've played 2 before. I don't think I've played 3 and 4 though. You'd recommend playing OG2 before remake. Yeah, that would probably be what I'd do. Is I'd play the OG series, and then I'm hoping that with the success, or what I imagine is the success of Silent Hill 2, they go back and remaster the others like they did with Resident Evil. It is October, you are right. You are right. And I haven't decided what the spooky game that we're going to play for October is yet. And we're nearly halfway through it. You are right. So I did the only thing I could. I devised a means with which I might impede, or at least lessen, the effects of the Otius. This device, while still incomplete, will amplify the NRR wavelengths emitted by the Virgo. This should work to interfere with those emitted by the Otius, thereby shielding Alma from the brunt of their effect and producing a pleasurable vibrating motion. The city below is all abuzz with word of a Banga brigand loitering about the airship landing. Do you think it could be someone we know, Cooper? Maybe just Silent Hill 1 for Spooktober. It's relatively short. Yeah, from what I understand, Silent Hill 1 is short. Silent Hill 2 can be long, depending on what you do, I think. Or no, it's just that it has multiple endings. Is it Silent Hill 2 that has the dog ending? Or is that Silent Hill 3? I think it's 3. Because I don't think 2 had the graphics to handle. Like, that's why Silent Hill 2 had the fog, right? Or is that, or am I getting confused with Silent Hill 1? Because it had terrible draw distance. So they put the fog in to hide it. 2 has 6 to 7 endings. Yeah, I know that 2 has a lot of endings, and one of them is based around how much time you spend looking at your wife's photo. Which is a crazy mechanic. Apologies after, but I needed to speak with you, and you alone. Oh, don't mind me, Kupo. I'll just be floating over here in perfect earshot. What makes you think I won't lay you low right here, right now? Because we're here to offer you a proposition. That's what. We need information on the Golmore jungle and thought a man as well-travelled as you might be persuaded to provide some. Golmore, you of all creatures should know that is Viera land. What are you offering them? Why, the opportunity to tell us what you know. Geonomus believes our next adventure lies beneath the jungle canopy, Kupo. Should have expected as much. Very well. I came to ask if you would meet someone. Now it seems that somebody may be able to assist Geonomus as well. Seeing as you and the principal did right by us before, I don't see a reason why I cannot take both of you. Let me know when you're ready to depart for Rabanasta. We'll travel in our airship. Prima Vista would draw too much unwanted attention. Back to a life of brigandry in the clouds, are we? Of course not. Not that it didn't cross our minds, but when faced with the decision of what to do next, we needed simply to remember the dying words of our leader. Gijuk, Rinuk, and I decided to re-enlist as Dalmascan Fusiliers. And the occupying Garleans actually said yes, Kupo? Not exactly. We're now with the Resistance. You no doubt heard of the uprising in Dalmasca that followed the Doman liberation, and how it was crushed under the iron heel of the 4th Legion. 2 has 5+, 3 has 2, and 4 has 4 endings. And 1 has 4 endings. You could have worded that better. Maybe just a little bit, but I appreciate that that's kind of awkward. Isn't 4... Is that the one where you have the... It's the female main character with the short blonde hair that kind of looks like Ashley from Resident Evil 4. Resistance leaders were captured, tortured, and publicly executed. Much to the Empire's chagrin, gruesome display only served to further rally the survivors. Remove 1 head and 2 grow back in its place. Remove 2 and then there are 4. A person can die, but an ideal will live on. Now there exist several factions throughout Damascus. We belong to one known as Lentis Tears. And when we told our commanding officer of our recent crossing with you and yours, she simply insisted that we introduce you. 3's the one with the female lead, and 4 is the ruler. Me? I wasn't even supposed to be here, Kupo. Not you, Herbal. Meet with the general and hear a proposal. If you're not interested, we'll return you to Kugani unharmed. You have our... Huh? Curl got your tongue? Rabanasta, dead ahead, lads. So then, yeah, it is 2 that has the dog ending. I've definitely never played, and I don't think I've ever watched a playthrough of 3 or 4. I've definitely seen someone play through 2 though. This way, with many miles to cover before nightfall. Then why couldn't you have taken the airship? If we have many miles to cover. Oh, okay, if it's... Yeah, if it's in the waterway, I can kind of understand. Well, no, because you've flown the airship down here too. Hey! Hey, sis. Is that Fran? Because that would be interesting if it is. Because this is an alternate universe where Ash is already dead. Done as asked. I bring you the Liberator. And here I thought she'd be tall. Why does everyone keep saying that? Look, I am as tall, if not taller, than you. I am as tall as a Viera can be. Here I thought she'd be taller. That's Fran, alright. I knew it. A Viera. I am Fran, proud daughter of Dalmasca and general of Lentis Tears. And yes, Moogle, I am a Viera. Are you surprised? Are you surprised that I am as well? Why, yes, in fact, I am. Her kind are all supposed to be living amongst the trees, having shunned contact with the outer world, Kupo. There are supposedly a few who've left their homes, but I most certainly didn't expect to see one here in this sewer. Indeed. This Banga claims you seek Orbon. Does he speak true? Those ruins lie deep within the Golmore jungle, a place most sacred to my sisters. They would take great offense were you to defile it with your presence. What is more, Blagi tells me you travel with Garleans, openly aiding those who would see our nation burn. How can we place our trust in one who would do such? Genomus and his family defected, I nearly said defecated, defected long ago. They are not your enemy. My blade has tasted the blood of too many Garleans to count. I like that one. I like the bottom one. Yeah. And then you know the Empire and its people are one and the same. When you slay an Imperial soldier, you're not slaying an individual. You are slaying the enemy. Your companions, Liberator, are the enemy, despite their supposed change of heart. Misunderstand. Kind Genomus does not approve of the Empire's warmongering. He wants to help Dalmasca and its impoverished masses, Kupo. And what would a Moogle know about my people? Does your blood run Dalmascan red? We could cut you open and find out. General, there's no need for threats. You are right, Blagi. Let us then parley. Parley? Parley. First, the resistance requires men. Men and women from Doma and the Eorzean Alliance to join us in ridding Dalmasca of its imperial invaders. Your past deeds have made you well known to the leaders of both. They will listen to you, or if not, they will listen to these scions to which you claim allegiance. Second, the resistance requires gold. Gold to strengthen our forces from within. Your allies are in bed with the East Alienard Trading Company, which continues its dealings with Garlemald even as you raise your sword against them, profiting from the Empire's rampant aggression. As targets of that aggression, I believe my people are entitled to a portion of these profits. Grant me these simple things, and I shall personally guide you safely to the ruins of Orbon. What of the Lexentales? see me to victory and I'll take the Emperor himself. Those are my conditions. What say you? I'll deliver your request to the Scions, but I can promise no more. Tell them my demands, but know the fate of your expedition hangs on how well you do so. I'd say we have our work cut out for us, Kupo. You want to know the annoying thing? Is I can hear some of Fran's voice lines in my head, and I know I'm not doing them justice, but I also don't think I can do her delivery without it sounding racist. Because I'm not that good at voices. Wagi, you and the Fusiliers are to accompany the Liberator. I expect a detailed report on how my demands are received. Yes, General. Because she has that kind of foreign speaker breaking of sentences and the different emphasis on words. Not that I expect them to be taken seriously. You are a fool to trust them, Princess. Wait, is Ash not dead? Who was the final boss in 12? The one that gets all mechanical. What an adventure, Kupo. Just think, by tomorrow we could all be the newest members of the Dalmascan Resistance. Not that I'm ready to give up my place in the Prima Vista just yet. Venat Vane, yeah. Because how does... Because wasn't he the Prince of the Empire? Or the Emperor? How does he fit in this universe? Hurry, hurry! If I don't tell someone of our adventure quick, I'll positively burst, Kupo! Or, yeah, it may not be actually mentioned. He murdered his father. Yeah. Because that's what happens in 12, right? He kills the Emperor, and then he is, like... I mean, there's a lot of geopolitical stuff that happens in 12. I mean, there often is in Final Fantasies, but there is a lot of geopolitical stuff in 12. But I guess the thinking is if Vane is part of the royal line of the Empire, how does he fit into the royal line of 14 with Solus? Is that the current Emperor in Stormblood? And then there's Zenos, who we've killed. Or is Vane just the Emperor in FF14 as well? Sorry, not that he wouldn't be. Hopefully we meet the OP T-Rex. This woman asks much of us. Viera have ever been wary of outsiders. For centuries, their many tribes have remained hidden in the jungles, content with their self-imposed solitude. Each tribe has its own strict code and will met swift punishment to any who would defy these laws. As such, many of Viera will spend her entire life bound to the territory of her ancestors, both unwilling and unable to venture beyond its borders. While the tribes are wholly independent, they have agreed to uphold a single standard: shun all contact with the outside world unless it is to protect the jungle. That said, with every generation, there are those Viera who long for a life beyond the verdant sea of trees and abandon their tribes to start a new life in the kingdom's cities. My guess is that this Fran is one such individual, who also happens to be the only individual we know who can guide us to the monastery, Kupo. Seems after Sword Arm won't be enough to see us through this predicament. She'll need to don the right mantle of a diplomat if we're to convince the Alliance and the East Alienar Trading Company to grant us aid. What could go wrong? Yes, I know you said not to call unless it was urgent. But this is urgent, alright? Not exactly. But my superiors have come to a decision on your request. I thought you might want to hear what they had to say. Oh, and let me preempt any request for immediate disclosure with a reminder that the information is much too sensitive to discuss over Link Pearl. Meet me at the Ruby Bazaar post-haste, and I shall duly apprise you of their judgment. Well then, what are we waiting for? I've read about how you united the whole of Eorzean under a single standard and convinced the Holy See to end a 1,000-year conflict. Compared to that, asking for a few soldiers and a copper or 3 a guild should be a piece of roll and berry cake. I suppose we should inform Bwagi down at the Kugani landing of our progress. He mentioned he was to keep an eye on us. Ooh. All of this dialogue is reminding me why it was that I was skipping all of the dialogue when I played this on my old character. So, you've an answer from the East Alienar Trading Company already. Impressive. It would seem that Lady Fran has underestimated your influence amongst the realm's players. I assume you've no objections to me joining you then? And he's inside. They're inside us, just like this is Final Fantasy VII. Where you would just have people come inside and wait, hold on. Phrasing. Hancock awaits us in the bazaar, shall we? Lovely lady and a... Okay. Mira's expecting you'd be alone after. But excuse my manners. I am Hancock, representative of the East Alienar Trading Company, assigned to oversee her assets here in Kugane. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yugiri? Tataru? And I am Yugiri. We apologize for making you come all this way. Not that it's far from the landing to... Tataru would be looking real cute in the command Wagi, was it? I serve Lord Hien, rightful ruler of Doma. I've come bearing my lord's reply to your entreaty. And I am Tataru Taru of the Sands of the Seventh Dawn. I'm only here seeing as no one else could be bothered. Well, that and I bear a message from the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance. I like her earrings, I want them. Thank you both for coming. I am Bwagi, formerly of the Dalmascan Royal Fusiliers. I now claim allegiance to Lenthi's Tears, a resistance group seeking to accomplish that what you have in Doma and Ala Mhigo. What tidings have you brought us? Allow me to begin, then. While the East Alienar Trading Company sympathizes with your plight, we're not in a position to grant you the funding you seek. As you're aware, the East Alienar Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political or personal. And what of our relationship with the Eorzean Alliance? Yes, what I mean to say there was, here in Hingashi, the East Alienar Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political and, You must understand our position. Simply supplying coin to any one group would make it appear that we have somehow favour that group over another. Seeing as we conduct business openly and fairly with everyone, doing so would be sending the wrong message, and ultimately harm profits, yes? And by selling to both sides, you maximise profits while good men and women perish. How convenient. We are a business, milady. We do what we must to survive. That does not mean, however, we are blind to the needs of our customers or our allies, which is why we support the Eorzean Alliance and their noble efforts to safeguard their realm's freedom through a mutually beneficial arrangement. If it were my choice, I would provide your little resistance with all the funding it needs, but as my good friend After knows all too well, it is not my choice. So we just need to make it a mutually beneficial arrangement. What can the Dalmascans provide? Well, now that Hancock's thoroughly lowered your spirits, you won't be as crestfallen when I inform you the Eorzean Alliance will also be unable to provide any assistance. And let me guess, you did everything in your power to try and convince the leaders of each city-state, only to watch as they politely declined our proposal, claiming an unfortunate lack of intelligence or resources. Wait, how did you... Lord Hien sends his greetings to you and yours, and under normal circumstances would welcome allies still suffering under imperial yoke. However, word has it that the latest attempt at reclaiming your kingdom ended in failure and resulted in the loss of countless lives, including many of the Resistance's leaders. You are not mistaken. Our army is not what it once was. Those remaining have been forced to take refuge deep beneath the streets of Rabanasta. The 4th Legion has already defeated you once. Lacking unity and leadership, the current resistance will not survive another tilt against the Empire's disciplined ranks. If Doma is to join hands with Dalmasca as an ally, you must first prove to us that you will stand as one. Doma as a fully fledged ally would serve far better to us strengthening our cause than a few temporary soldiers. Yet even if we were able to wrest Dalmasca from the Empire's grasp, without unity among your people, the resulting chaos would prove even more perilous to the kingdom. You understand much of our situation. And based on that understanding, you would refuse your aid to the Lent's Tears, am I correct? Do not mistake me. Lord Hien's refusal is but a message to help you plan your next step. You have a wise master. He understands that without proper planning, driving one enemy from your midst simply creates room for the next. Lady Fran will no doubt be pleased to hear that your response was exactly what she expected. Eh? You knew this whole time your demands would be rejected, yet still you let this farce play out. You have my apologies, but this was all necessary to prove an important point to our leader. That we would try? Lady Fran needed to show the princess just exactly what she was getting herself into, and your honesty today will serve us better than any hollow promise. Thank you. Is no one going to question the princess? Wait, what about the Golmore jungle? Can you believe this? We're right back where we started. Principal Genomus will not be pleased. Let me just do the rain, please. I'm getting schleebage. It's been 1 week. No, it's been over an hour since we got out of the last raid, the last alliance raid, because my retainers have already. Ooh. 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 I don't hate the way those look. And at the moment, I don't have many sage weapons that actually look any good. And I will be leveling Sage. Sage is probably going to be the last of the healers that I level. Because, well, I've already leveled Scholar and White Mage, so I've only got Astro and Sage left when it comes to healers. But I will probably level Astro first. Because I'm not very good at Astro. If it is as you say, it is most unfortunate. But I suppose we did everything in our power, and that is all one could ask. I still do not understand. Why would Lady Fran send after on this wild Piazza hunt if she knew from the start it would be for naught? Wagi mentioned something about Fran proving a point to their leader, whoever that may be. People in positions of power can prove both naive and stubborn creatures. Simply telling a leader she's wrong may not convince her of the fact. Seeing one's own plan fail, however, is often the best medicine. Naive and stubborn, then the resistance is doomed. If a person as imposing as Fran is taking orders from her, then chances are this leader's even worse, Kupo. I'd not be so certain, Montblanc. My guess is that the individual in question is still quite young and inexperienced, and that Lady Fran is trying to teach her to be an effective leader through example. By allowing her to make her own mistakes, Fran is granting her the ability to learn and grow from them, an experience that will ultimately benefit her when the time comes to make some truly difficult decisions. Now, I seem to recall reading that one of the many faces of the resistance before the recent quelling was a young girl of royal blood. Do you suppose you may cease your baseless presumptions, defector? The door was open. And you would be utterly ravishing. I would be here on orders from the leader of Lentis Tears, against my better judgment, mind you. Greetings, Lady Fran, I presume. I am Genomis Sen Lexentail, principal of the Majestic Theatre Company. You and your colleague are most welcome on the Prima Vista. What is it your leader would have of us? While you failed in meeting even a single of our demands, he recognizes that you were sincere in your attempts to see them fulfilled. And for that effort, you are to be compensated. That is most generous. The ruins which you seek are hidden behind a waterfall here, a point roughly equidistant from the river's source and its delta. Have our thanks, Lady Fran. We'll not forget this kindness, Father. I shall plot a course immediately. Ramza? What's going on here? Alma, you should be in bed. We've slept enough, brother. Tell me, who are our guests? It appears you once again prepare a leap into danger's maw. Keep your wits about you after. Lady Fran is strong, then again, so was Bagamba. But Fran is considerably hotter. If you'll excuse me. Are you mad? A trip to the surface in your condition? Listen to me, brother. The High Seraph beckons. She speaks to me through the Otius. The what? There's no need to worry. Makoto and I have already devised a plan. I can help clear our family name. Charlian has no say in this. I am your father and I insist you remain here on the airship. What would your mother say if I allowed aught to befall you? Mother? That's what this is all about, isn't it? What is it has always been about? You care not about Ivalice or the Auran name, no. You only seek to use the Auracite to bring Mother back. But you haven't been able to do that. Still do not understand how exactly it is that the shards translates one's desires into reality. It's where I can help. I can ask the High Seraph. It's she who created the Auracite. Ultima has bid me to come to her place of imprisonment. If we free her, she will reveal unto us the secrets of her creations. Do you hear what you're saying, Alma? Even if there was the slightest chance of bringing Mother back, we cannot risk your life in doing so. Your brother is right. You've sacrificed too much already. I cannot bear the thought of losing you, either of you. It is too late. I'm so lonely, Father. Why must you love Ramza more than you do me? Do not be cozened by your daughter's words, for they are not her own. Take the Hitachi wand! It is the only thing that can calm the beast. Help me, Rams. Alma! You should have grabbed the hand. Because then you could have fought the Sanctuary Guardian, met Elizabeth, and then, you know, we'd be in a much better position to defeat Calamite. No. No! Gods forfend. I told you, no one can control the power within those shards. No one! After. Here. Take this wand. It might be the only thing that can save Alma, but we must hurry to the monastery. We need to come to her aid, so that she can come to her senses. Come to her senses. Come. We leave for Golmore Jungle now. Who allowed me on the internet? Have I your permission to depart after? Every moment we tarry here, my sister, she... Then hold on. Set engines to full speed. Initiate warp drive. Wow. Full speed is speedy. Speedy quick. Suddenly, I itch everywhere. Welcome to the land of my people. It would be a poor lie if I said I did not miss it, son. Alma! Ramsey, help me! Don't do it, that's what Ultima wants! Quick! Use the vibrator! Begone, thought! Fuck! She squirted right at the... Oh, you can tell it's late. Alma! Ramza! Blood of the Invokers, fulfill the ancient covenant, and grant unto me the vessel promised. Oh great, now we have to deal with a himbo. What just... Wagi, to me. The girl is not well. Might I suggest we continue this back at the Prima Vista, Kupo? Razla? Have you courage to face true evil? I mean, no, that doesn't actually look like Razla. That might have been the one from War of Lions. What are you gawping at? The ship is this way, Kupo. we finally unlock the Alliance raid, please? Oh no, there's gonna be another quest! Now Ramza's gone? Oh dearest Tia, what have I done? What have I done? We need to do something! But what recourse is left to us? The only means we had of protecting ourselves could not even prevent my son from... Sorry, Genomus. My design was flawed. Not necessarily, Charlian. We all saw how it succeeded in drawing Alma back from the rift and shattering the Otius. The loss of the boy is not yours to bear. Our focus here should not be on our failures, but what we have learned from them. Being beyond the rift, it spoke before claiming Ramza. It referred to you as the blood of its invokers. Could it be your ancestors are responsible for Ultima's summoning? Most certainly not. I've discovered no such inference anywhere in the Durai papers. Besides, tales of the High Seraph existed far before even the earliest of Ivalician legends. Then who exactly did summon Ultima? And why does she think them your kin? Look! I have a bad feeling about this, Kupo. Ramza, dead. You lie about as well as you carry yourself in battle, Oren. I did not say he was dead, my Lord Delita. Merely he abandoned his mortal vessel, entrusting his ethereal soul to the Aurosite. Why would he do such a thing? Peace is finally come to Ivalice. There's naught to be had from further sacrifice. The kingdom is won, and his victory is as much his as it is mine. He risked life and limb to shield me from the dark that would have seen me perish. Without him, I would not be standing here before you. It is my duty as both king and colleague to see him saved. Knights, to me! We ride for Orborn. My lord, wait! Ajora Glabados. Ajora Glabados, first of the Zodiac Braves, was not the hero the Church would have you believe. He betrayed Mother Heidelin for the promise of coin and power, summoning forth a terrible evil from the depths of the celestial abyss. It was believed only one of the land's chosen. Only a warrior of light might stand against this threat. Yet, while victorious in battle, Ramza was unable to see the darkness vanquished. If failure was all that awaited our warrior of light, then what chance do you presume any other might stand? Are you saying I should do nothing then? No, my lord. Ramza is... My brother's final wish before he surrendered to the Ether was that his name be struck from the annals of history. Alma, you're unhurt. But I was led to believe none but Oren returned from Orborn. What is this you speak of your brother's wishes? When it became apparent that we were powerless to truly defeat the High Seraph, we chose the only path left to us, to do what Heidelin herself did countless centuries past. Imprison Ultima. And as you are aware, my lord, prison is only as strong as the seal on its gates. Ramza sacrificed his body to ensure that the Angel of Blood would never again walk the land, and he believed that if people knew of his sacrifice, it would only inspire them to seek out the holy stones and repeat the mistakes of those come before. If you truly avouch yourself his friend, then you will honor this, his final plea. No, Ramza should not be forgotten. He should be raised up as a hero for his deeds and claim his rightful place at my side. Only he might be my knight gallant. Knight gallant. He is gone, my lord. XII is the saddest Final Fantasy in your opinion. I don't know if I'd agree with that. Before Ramza was your friend, before he was my brother, he was a warrior of light. He did what he did for Hydaelyn, for those who would one day, too, heed the crystal's call. Like, 12 has a lot of sad moments. Okay, so that's Ramza then. Yeah. And Ramza definitely looks like the protagonist from Final Fantasy Tactics, which I believe is the War of the Lions. Claim the throne, my friend. Come, ruler of Ivalice, and restore peace to this war-torn realm once and for all. Okay, yes. Any scene with Vaan is quite sad. Because it's Vaan. But... wait, Ramza, don't leave me! Please! I beg of you! You'll make a fine and just king, Delita. So you do not stray from that path. Ramza! But yeah, like, I think 12 has a very sad start to it. But at the end, I mean, like, basically anything with Balthier cuts through that sadness. But I would say that 10 is sadder than 12. 15 is very sad, especially in its ending. Fran died or nah? Not in 12. Fran and Balthier fly off at the end. I don't think any of the... I don't think any of the main cast dies, canonically, in 12, unless I'm misremembering. It's been a while since I played it. Stones in these two necklaces. You're certain they will guide the heroes of a new era to Ramza. It is what Ramza wished, my lord. Oran, do not believe I can bear another farewell this day. Will you not reconsider my offer to remain as a member of my court? It is but a matter of time before the Cardinal and his temple knights grow wise to my past. I would not have my presence here implicate you as well. The past. Ramza beseeched me strike his name from history, but like you, my lord, I could not bear the thought of future generations blind to the truth. As such, I penned this chronicle of the hero's journeys. I fear the world, however, is not yet ready for the gospel contained within these pages, nor would the church ever allow its circulation. In fact, I believe they will confiscate every existing copy and lock them away in their library. And what better way for the words to remain forever preserved than in one of the most highly guarded vaults in all the realm? Then, one day, when the church has fallen out of favour, the chronicle will be discovered, and the tale and the truth shall prevail. I must admit, your plan is intriguing, Orin. Once the church learns it was you who penned the chronicle, your life. I may not be able to actually do the raid today. It's been 2 hours nearly since we did Ridderan Lighthouse. Was the echo, wasn't it? The removal of Ramza's name from the history books, the derived papers, the pendants, it was all set in motion by Orin himself? If the Liberator's visions are to be taken as fact, it also appears we now know that their High Seraph meant by blood of my invoker. She was not speaking of ancestors in the sense of actual kin, a line of those chosen by Hydaelyn to serve her as warriors of light. Then why abduct Ramza, or even Alma? Unless there's something you haven't been telling us. She was using us to lure after. It is her vessel the High Seraph desires. Matron's teats, Alma! How long have you been awake? Long enough. I've been a fool. I told our leader that it didn't matter if our request for aid was refused, or I had an alternative ploy. General! It's alright, Wagi. My intention was to claim one of these Eorzean in the name of the Resistance, and use its power to lay waste to the Garlean occupants. Only now do I realise how flawed my ambitions were. You mean this whole time you were playing us for fools? Why didn't we see it earlier? Never trust a woman with ears longer than mine, I always say. Hey! My ears are longer than both of yours. You've every right to be angry, and I apologise for misleading you. But believe me, I no longer have any desire to deceive you or yours. I shall see you to the Orbon Monastery and ask naught in return but that you let me join you in your rescue of Ramza. Do not misunderstand me. Do not do this for any one of you. I do it for my people in both Golmor and Rabanastre. People who may die if this High Seraph is allowed to return to power. Oh yeah, that was the accept quest. Okay, but now it's available, yeah. Unfortunately, because it's taken so long to unlock that. I am gonna have to finish up for today. But when we come back, we can finish off we can do the Orbon Monastery and finish off the chain. I did not expect it to take like 2 hours in between Ritter and Lighthouse and actually unlocking this. I know I fucked about a little bit, but still didn't expect it to take like 2 hours. Oy. I think we did some good progress though. Like we made it most of the way through this chain, and we've reached the point of needing to do the Drowned City of Scala for the MSQ. So next stream, which is looking at how things are going at the minute, is probably going to be Monday. We will finish this up, and then we can get back into focusing on the MSQ. While I continue to do Eureka in the background. So, thank you for watching, and I will see you hopefully tomorrow for more Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty. See you then. Later.